How did we humans get so obsessed with pretending to be other people? When did we start gathering in dark rooms to watch strangers cry, laugh, and dramatically fall down on purpose? Well, my friends, grab that blanket a little tighter, because we're about to take a gentle stroll through time. No rushing, no pop quizzes at the end, just a leisurely walk through the wonderfully ridiculous history of theatre and performance. Think of me as your slightly quirky tour guide who might occasionally point out amusing historical details, like how ancient actors used to wear masks so big they could probably double as small umbrellas. But before we ease in, if you don't mind, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you're new here. Also, please drop a comment on where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now turn off those lights if you haven't already and let's stroll through. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter, to symbolize the shaman who blessed the hunt. A third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes and a small intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthen ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities, natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic. With intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course. The Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious, even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges, while losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision. Winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor. Hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems, special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he is risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons, and the Goldsmiths' Guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester Mystery Plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craftwork was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy, with exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of Commedia dell'arte performances. With their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances, these travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location, because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company, and likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense, and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology and all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique. Because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions, they seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty, driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans. Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that managed to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His character's speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundling stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is night time when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on 3 sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful, and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603 when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king. who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline and more subdued musical effects was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters and stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwyn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries, as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillo's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gaslighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression stealing the spotlight originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture. With theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations, theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity, that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centred on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract symbolic or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylised movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form, while European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals. The rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolise various facets of his persona. By adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War, Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyse American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidised theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatised current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances, and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama. With songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers, Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle. and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the second's partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray, and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music, and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralized theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organizations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realizing that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, Despite all these changes, the fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realizing that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprise at an unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognizing the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarization, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they're also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life, memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen, connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life, and the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms, before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympias, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact: the throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost, yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry maneuvers. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once-beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories. Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephants shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Poruses. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Ephasis River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him, that the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes, too weak to speak. Sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. It is quite intriguing to consider that you are likely resting on a meticulously designed mattress composed of foam and springs, while listening to a narrative about how your ancestors slept on much less comfortable surfaces. While not literally on rocks, though we will address that aspect shortly, this evening we will journey back in time to explore the sleeping arrangements of those who lived before the innovative concept of filling a fabric sack with soft materials to create a mattress was conceived. Well, they didn't actually sleep on rocks, though we'll discuss that part soon enough. Tonight, we're going back in time to discover what people did before someone had the brilliant idea to stuff a fabric sack with soft things and call it a mattress. Picture this. It's 200,000 years ago, and your great-great-great time's about 10,000 grandmother is getting ready for bed. She's not scrolling through her phone or adjusting her memory foam pillow. She's not even wearing pyjamas because pyjamas haven't been invented yet. Neither has the bed she's about to sleep in. In fact, the idea of having a specific sleeping area, rather than just collapsing wherever exhaustion takes you, has not been developed either. The earliest humans were remarkably practical about sleep. They found a spot that wasn't too rocky, hopefully not too muddy, and definitely not occupied by something with more teeth than they had. Then they curled up and hoped for the best. You might think this scenario sounds uncomfortable, but remember, these people had never experienced a Tempur-Pedic mattress, so they had no idea what they were missing. Ignorance was bliss, literally. However, as is typical of humans, they quickly began to get creative. Archaeological evidence shows that around 77,000 years ago, people in South Africa were making the world's first beds out of sedge grass and aromatic leaves. They'd layer these materials in caves, creating what was essentially nature's first mattress prototype. The aromatic leaves weren't just for comfort. They helped repel insects, so technically these ancient beds were also the world's first bug zappers. You have to admire their ingenuity. They figured out that certain plants, when dried and layered, created a relatively soft surface that was infinitely better than bare rock or dirt. They even discovered that some leaves, when crushed, released natural insect repellents. Your ancestors were basically running a prehistoric bed and bath store complete with aromatherapy. The intriguing thing about these early beds is that they weren't permanent fixtures. When the tribe moved, the bed stayed behind. This meant that every night someone had to gather fresh materials and essentially build a new bed. Imagine if you had to reconstruct your entire sleeping arrangement every single day. You'd probably develop some serious appreciation for your current setup pretty quickly. These grass beds weren't just about comfort, though. They represented one of humanity's first attempts to control their environment, rather than simply adapt to it. People began to reject the idea that sleep had to mean lying on whatever surface was available, saying, you know what? I think I can do better than this. And that drive to improve their sleeping situation would continue for thousands of years. The construction of these early beds was surprisingly sophisticated. People would gather fresh grass and leaves, carefully layer them for maximum softness and insulation, and arrange them in shapes that followed the natural curves of the human body. They understood concepts like moisture management and temperature regulation, long before anyone gave those ideas fancy names. What's particularly fascinating is that these beds were often communal projects. Everyone in the group would help gather materials, and the beds were usually large enough for multiple people to share. Privacy as we know it didn't exist yet, so sleeping arrangements were more about survival and warmth than personal space. Archaeological sites containing these beds provide evidence of consistent upkeep and rejuvenation. People would periodically burn old bedding materials, possibly to eliminate pests and parasites, before starting anew. Such behaviour makes them possibly the first people in history to actually change their sheets regularly, something that would make your mother proud. As you settle into your bed tonight, take a moment to appreciate the long journey that brought us from those first grass beds to whatever you're lying on now. Those ancient people, sleeping on their carefully constructed piles of aromatic leaves, had no idea they were starting a tradition that would eventually lead to memory foam, adjustable bases and heated blankets. You want to sleep well just like they did. Fast forward about 70,000 years, and suddenly we're in ancient Egypt, where people had figured out some pretty impressive tricks for getting comfortable at night. You might think the Egyptians were all about pyramids and mummies, but they were also surprisingly good at sleeping. In fact, they basically invented the concept of having a real bed that you could use more than once. The Egyptians thought, this is nice, but what if we could make something that didn't need to be rebuilt every night? So they started making bed frames out of wood, usually palm, sycamore or cedar if they could afford it. These weren't just simple platforms either. Egyptian beds were often elaborate affairs with carved legs that looked like animal feet, decorative headboards, and even built-in storage. Now, here's where it gets intriguing. The Egyptians didn't put mattresses on these beds. Instead, they used a system of woven reed mats or leather strips stretched across the wooden frame. Imagine it as the world's first box spring, with reeds or leather taking on the role of springs. The wealthy would add layers of linen sheets and pillows stuffed with feathers or straw, but the basic sleeping surface was still pretty much a fancy hammock. The Egyptian approach to pillows was particularly creative, and by creative, I mean potentially painful. The Egyptians used headrests made of wood, stone, or ivory instead of the soft, fluffy pillows you're accustomed to. These weren't pillows at all, really. They were more like neck supports that kept your head elevated while you slept on your side. The idea was to protect your elaborate hairstyles and keep your head cool in the desert heat. You're probably thinking the idea sounds incredibly uncomfortable, and you'd be right. But the Egyptians had their reasons. Those wooden headrests weren't just practical, they were also spiritual. They believed that elevating the head helped protect the sleeper from evil spirits and allowed the soul to travel more freely during dreams. So while you might wake up with a stiff neck, at least your soul was well travelled. The truly affluent Egyptians achieved remarkable levels of bed comfort. They had servants whose job was to fan them while they slept, ensuring a cool breeze throughout the night. Some beds even had built-in mosquito nets made of fine linen, which was probably the most practical innovation since the aromatic leaves. Nothing ruins a good night's sleep like mosquitoes, whether you're in ancient Egypt or modern Florida. Egyptian beds were also status symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Pharaohs had beds made with gold inlays, precious stones, and intricate carvings. These beds were often so ornate that they were probably more comfortable to look at than to sleep on. But when you're a pharaoh, comfort is sometimes less important than making sure everyone knows you're the pharaoh. The construction of these beds was remarkably sophisticated. Egyptian craftsmen understood concepts like weight distribution and joint flexibility. They created beds that could support significant weight while still providing some give and flexibility. The leather or reed sleeping surfaces were carefully tensioned to provide optimal support, and the bed frames were designed to last for decades. One particularly ingenious feature of Egyptian beds was their height. They were typically quite tall, sometimes requiring a small step or stool to climb into. This wasn't just for show. It helped protect sleepers from scorpions, snakes, and other ground-dwelling creatures that might want to share the bed. It also improved air circulation, which was crucial in Egypt's hot climate. The Egyptians also developed some of the first bed linens. They made sheets from linen, which was cooler than wool and softer than the reed mats. Wealthy Egyptians would have multiple sets of linen sheets, and they were often buried with their favourite bedding to ensure comfort in the afterlife. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase eternal rest. What's particularly amusing is that Egyptian beds often had a slight incline, with the head end higher than the foot end. This feature was supposed to aid digestion and improve circulation, so basically, the Egyptians invented the adjustable bed about 4,000 years before anyone thought to add motors and remote controls. The legacy of Egyptian bedding extended far beyond Egypt itself. Their techniques and designs influenced bedding throughout the Mediterranean world, and many of their innovations, like elevated beds and linen sheets, became standard features that we still use today. When you adjust your pillows tonight, you're participating in a tradition that started with those wooden headrests along the Nile. The Greeks and Romans embraced the Egyptian bed concept, a characteristic of cultures adept at elevating others' good ideas to a higher level. By the time we reach classical antiquity, beds had evolved into a serious business, complete with social etiquette, philosophical implications, and a level of luxury that would make a modern hotel jealous. Greek beds were called clines, and they weren't just for sleeping. These were multi-purpose pieces of furniture used for sleeping, eating, and lounging around looking philosophical. The Greeks basically invented the concept of the couch, except their version was also your bed, your dining table, and your thinking spot. Talk about efficient use of space. The construction of a Greek cline was quite sophisticated. The frame was typically made of wood, often decorated with inlays of ivory, silver, or precious metals. The sleeping surface consisted of a network of cords or leather straps stretched across the frame, like the Egyptian system, but with much more attention to comfort and aesthetics. On top of this, they'd pile layers of woolen blankets, linen sheets, and stuffed cushions. Now, the Greeks had some intriguing ideas about pillows. Instead of just one pillow for your head, they used multiple cushions of different sizes and firmness levels. You'd have firm cushions for support and soft ones for comfort, arranged in various combinations depending on whether you were sleeping, eating, or just lounging around contemplating the nature of existence. It was basically the ancient equivalent of those people who have 17 pillows on their bed and spend 10 minutes arranging them every night. Not to be outdone, the Romans took Greek bed technology and added their own flair for excess. Roman beds, or lectus, were often massive affairs that could accommodate multiple people. This wasn't necessarily for romantic reasons. Roman dining culture involved reclining on beds while eating, so a family meal might involve several people sharing the same sleeping surface while consuming elaborate multi-course dinners. Roman beds were also the first to feature anything resembling a real mattress. They stuffed large fabric sacks with wool, feathers, or even rose petals for the extremely wealthy. These weren't quite the mattresses we know today, but they were definitely a step up from stretched leather and wooden headrests. The Romans had discovered that if you stuff enough soft things into a bag, it becomes surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. The Romans were particularly proud of their bed linens. They imported fine silks from China and cotton from India, creating sheets that were softer and more luxurious than anything that had come before. Roman beds often featured elaborate bedding sets with matching pillows, blankets, and curtains. They basically invented the concept of bedroom decor, complete with colour coordination and seasonal changes. One particularly Roman innovation was the canopy bed. They discovered that hanging curtains around the bed created privacy, blocked drafts, and helped keep insects at bay. These bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics and were as much about showing off wealth as they were about practical comfort. If you've ever wondered why canopy beds seem so fancy, you can thank the Romans for establishing that tradition. The Romans also developed heated beds, which is pretty impressive considering they didn't have electricity. They used a system called hypercaust that circulated warm air from furnaces through hollow spaces in the walls and floors. Some wealthy Romans had heated sleeping chambers that maintained comfortable temperatures throughout the night. This method was probably the ancient equivalent of those heated mattress pads that make getting out of bed even more difficult than it already is. Roman beds often featured adjustable elements. They had mechanisms for raising or lowering different parts of the bed, allowing sleepers to find their optimal position. Some Roman beds could be converted from sleeping configuration to dining configuration, with a few simple adjustments. This flexibility was regarded as the pinnacle of luxury and practicality. The social aspects of Roman bedding were complex and fascinating. There were strict rules about who could sleep where, what type of bedding was appropriate for different social classes, and how beds should be arranged in different rooms. The master bedroom, or cubiculum, was considered a semi-public space where important guests might be received, so the bed had to be impressive enough to reflect the owner's status. The Romans developed the first real understanding of sleep hygiene, which is particularly interesting. They thought that the quality of your bedding affected your sleep, which affected your health. This belief led to innovations in mattress materials, bed positioning, and even the orientation of sleeping chambers to catch optimal breezes. The decline of the Roman Empire marked the end of this golden age of bed luxury, but many Roman innovations survived and influenced bedding for centuries to come. The idea of stuffed mattresses, elaborate bed linens, and beds as status symbols all traces back to Roman innovations that were far ahead of their time. After the fall of Rome, bed technology took a bit of a nosedive, which is probably what you'd expect during a period called the Dark Ages. Medieval Europeans basically forgot most of what the Romans had figured out about comfortable sleeping, and went back to much simpler arrangements. But don't worry. They made up for it with creativity, communal sleeping, and some pretty intriguing solutions to the problem of staying warm in drafty stone castles. Medieval peasants, who made up about 90% of the population, slept on what were essentially piles of straw covered with rough woolen blankets. Their beds were usually just wooden platforms, or even hollowed-out sections of the floor filled with straw or hay. The straw served as both mattress and pillow, and it was changed when it got too smelly or bug-infested to tolerate. This scenario happened more often than you might think, because medieval hygiene standards were, shall we say, relaxed. The really interesting part about medieval sleeping arrangements is that almost nobody slept alone. Families would pile into one big bed, often with parents, children, and sometimes even servants all sharing the same sleeping space. This wasn't just about saving space, it was about staying warm. Medieval houses were cold, drafty places, and body heat was often the only reliable source of warmth available during winter months. Even wealthy medieval nobles didn't have private bedrooms as we understand them today. The enormous hall of a castle or manor house would be filled with beds, and everyone from the lord's family to visiting guests to household servants would sleep in the same room. Privacy was a luxury that simply didn't exist. You learned to sleep through other people's snoring, talking, and various nocturnal activities, or you didn't sleep at all. The wealthy did have somewhat better sleeping arrangements, of course. Noble beds were often large, elaborate affairs with carved wooden frames and thick curtains that could be drawn for privacy and warmth. These bed curtains were crucial because they created a microclimate around the sleeper, trapping body heat and blocking drafts. Medieval beds were essentially small, portable rooms within the larger sleeping space. Medieval mattresses, when they existed at all, were usually large fabric sacks stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool. The wealthy often possessed mattresses filled with down feathers, regarded as the epitome of luxury. Wills and inheritance documents often specifically mention these feather mattresses due to their high value. Imagine being so excited about your mattress that you want to ensure it goes to the right person after you die. Medieval people also developed some creative solutions to common sleeping problems. They discovered that certain herbs, when mixed with straw, helped repel insects and provided pleasant scents. Lavender, mint and rosemary were popular choices, so medieval beds were essentially aromatherapy stations, long before anyone called them that. One important medieval innovation was the trundle bed. These were low beds that could be rolled under larger beds during the day and pulled out at night. Servants, children or guests would sleep on trundle beds, which saved space and allowed for flexible sleeping arrangements. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a pull-out couch, except much less comfortable. The concept of changing sheets was pretty foreign to medieval people. Bed linens, when they existed, were expensive and difficult to clean. Most people slept directly on their mattresses or under rough woolen blankets that were washed infrequently, if at all. The wealthy might have linen sheets, but even these were changed only occasionally. Medieval people had a much higher tolerance for what we would consider unsanitary conditions. Medieval beds were also surprisingly portable. Wealthy nobles travelled frequently, and they often took their beds with them. A proper medieval bed could be disassembled, packed onto wagons, and reassembled at the next castle or manor house. This meant that your bed was literally your most important piece of furniture, because it went everywhere you did. The height of medieval bed luxury was the state bed used by royalty and the highest nobility. These beds were enormous, elaborate constructions that resembled architecture more than furniture. They had carved posts, embroidered curtains, and sometimes even small chambers built into the headboard for storing valuable items. These beds were so impressive that they were often considered works of art in their own right. What's particularly fascinating about medieval sleeping arrangements is how they reflected social hierarchy. The closer you slept to the lord of the castle, the higher your social status. The most important guests would sleep in the same room as the lord, while servants and lesser nobles would sleep in progressively more distant locations. Your sleeping spot was a direct reflection of your place in society. Medieval people also had some intriguing beliefs about sleep and dreams. They thought that sleeping with your head pointing east was healthiest, and that certain materials in your mattress could influence your dreams. They believed that sleeping on a mattress stuffed with particular herbs could promote prophetic dreams or ward off nightmares. Whether or not this approach actually worked, it certainly made bedtime more interesting. The Renaissance brought a revolution in sleeping comfort that would have made medieval peasants weep with envy. Suddenly, people rediscovered the Roman love of luxury and comfort, but with medieval practicality and some genuinely new innovations. This was the period when sleeping went from being a basic survival necessity to something that could actually be enjoyable. Renaissance Italians were particularly obsessed with comfortable sleeping. They developed the first real mattresses that would be recognizable to modern sleepers, large fabric cases stuffed with combinations of wool, cotton and feathers, sewn into sections to prevent the stuffing from clumping. These mattresses were placed on top of rope or wooden slat bed frames, creating a sleeping surface that was both supportive and comfortable. The rope bed frame was a Renaissance innovation that deserves special mention. Instead of the solid wooden platforms of medieval times, Renaissance beds used networks of ropes threaded through holes in the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. It literally meant to tighten the ropes on your bed to ensure a firm, comfortable sleeping surface. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature multiple layers of bedding. Instead of just throwing a blanket over a straw mattress, people began using systems of sheets, blankets, and coverlets that could be added or removed depending on the weather and personal preference. This layered approach allowed for much more precise temperature control and comfort customization. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first real pillows as we know them today. Instead of wooden headrests or simple cloth bundles, Renaissance pillows were carefully constructed fabric cases stuffed with down, feathers, or fine wool. These pillows were designed specifically for comfort and support, and wealthy households would have multiple pillows of different sizes and firmness levels for different sleeping positions. Privacy became increasingly important during the Renaissance, and this led to innovations in bed curtains and canopies. Renaissance bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics like silk or velvet, and they were designed to create a private, intimate space within the larger bedroom. These curtains served practical purposes too. They blocked drafts, provided insulation, and helped keep out insects and light. The Renaissance bed was also when furniture makers began treating beds as serious pieces of craftsmanship. Renaissance beds featured elaborate carvings, inlays, and decorative elements that made them works of art as well as functional furniture. These beds were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and becoming more valuable over time. One specific Renaissance innovation was the development of specialized bedding for different seasons. Wealthy households would have lightweight linen bedding for summer and heavy woolen bedding for winter. They also developed the first washable bed linens, which represented a significant advance in hygiene and comfort. The ability to regularly clean your bedding was a luxury that previous generations couldn't imagine. Renaissance beds also became much larger than their medieval predecessors. The great bed became a status symbol among the wealthy, with some beds measuring 8 feet square or larger. These enormous beds weren't just for sleeping, they were used for conducting business, receiving guests, and displaying wealth and status. The bed became the centerpiece of the bedroom, which itself became an important room in the house. The Renaissance period also saw the development of the first adjustable beds. Some Renaissance beds featured mechanisms that allowed sleepers to raise or lower their heads and feet, providing comfort for people with medical conditions or simply allowing for more comfortable reading or dining in bed. These adjustable beds were complex mechanical devices that demonstrated the period's growing understanding of engineering and comfort. Renaissance sleeping arrangements also reflected changing social attitudes. While medieval people saw nothing wrong with communal sleeping, Renaissance sensibilities increasingly valued privacy and individual comfort. Married couples began sleeping in their rooms, and children were given their beds rather than sharing with parents or siblings. This shift toward individual sleeping spaces was a significant cultural change that would continue into the modern era. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first specialized children's beds. Instead of just making smaller versions of adult beds, furniture makers began creating beds specifically designed for children's needs. These beds were lower to the ground, had protective railings, and were designed to be safe and comfortable for young sleepers. The idea that children might have different sleeping needs than adults was revolutionary. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature storage solutions. Many Renaissance beds had built-in chests or drawers underneath the sleeping surface, providing storage for bed linens, clothing, and personal items. This innovation held significant importance during a period when closets were scarce and storage space was highly valued. The Renaissance period established many of the basic principles of comfortable sleeping that we still use today. The idea of layered bedding, supportive mattresses, comfortable pillows, and private sleeping spaces all trace back to Renaissance innovations. During this period, we essentially figured out what makes a good bed, despite the dramatic improvements in technology. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the way people slept, with most of the changes occurring more quickly than you could say, factory-made mattress. Suddenly beds that had been luxury items for the wealthy became available to ordinary people, and innovations that had taken centuries to develop were being improved upon every few years. The 1850s saw the development of the coil spring mattress, marking the first major change. This breakthrough was revolutionary because it provided support and comfort that was far superior to anything that had come before. Instead of sleeping on stuffed fabric sacks that gradually compressed and lost their shape, people could now sleep on mattresses that maintained their support and bounce back night after night. The coil spring mattress quickly established itself as the standard, with variations still in use today. Mass production meant that mattresses could be made consistently and affordably. Instead of having to commission a custom mattress from a local craftsperson, people could buy ready-made mattresses from stores. This democratization of comfort meant that working-class families could have sleeping arrangements that were comparable to what only the wealthy had enjoyed in previous centuries. The Industrial Age also brought significant improvements in bedding materials. The development of cotton mills made cotton sheets and pillowcases widely available and affordable. Cotton was softer, more breathable, and easier to clean than the rough linen or wool bedding most used. The ability to have soft, washable sheets represented a major advance in both comfort and hygiene. Iron and steel bed frames became popular during this period, replacing wooden frames for many people. These metal frames were stronger, more durable, and less likely to harbour insects than wooden frames. They were also much easier to mass-produce, which made them more affordable. The classic iron bed frame, with its distinctive vertical bars and simple design, became a symbol of the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution also brought the first real understanding of sleep hygiene and health. Medical professionals began studying sleep and its effects on health, leading to recommendations about mattress firmness, room ventilation, and sleeping positions. This scientific approach to sleep was a departure from the folk wisdom and superstitions that had guided sleeping arrangements for centuries. One particularly important innovation was the development of the box spring. Instead of placing mattresses directly on rope or wooden slat frames, manufacturers began creating specialized foundation systems that provided additional support and extended mattress life. The box spring, combined with the coil spring mattress, created a sleeping system that was far superior to anything that had existed before. The Industrial Age also saw the development of specialized bedding for different needs. Manufacturers began producing mattresses for children, for people with medical conditions, and for different climates. This specialization represented a recognition that different people had different sleeping needs, and that technology could be adapted to meet those needs. Department stores revolutionized how people bought bedding. Instead of visiting specialized craftspeople or commissioning custom work, people could see and compare different mattresses, sheets, and pillows in large retail spaces. This gave consumers much more choice and helped drive innovation as manufacturers competed for customers. The development of reliable indoor heating also changed sleeping arrangements significantly. People no longer needed to share beds for warmth, and bedrooms could be separate from living spaces. This led to the development of the modern bedroom as a private, individual space designed specifically for sleeping. The Industrial Age brought the first real advertising for sleep products. Mattress manufacturers began making claims about the health benefits of their products, the superiority of their materials, and the importance of excellent sleep. This was the beginning of the modern sleep industry, which would eventually become a multi-billion-dollar business. Mail-order catalogues made it possible for people in rural areas to buy the same quality bedding as city dwellers. Companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward offered mattresses, bed frames, and bedding through their catalogues, bringing Industrial Age comfort to people who had previously been limited to local products. The Industrial Revolution also led to the initial standardization of bed sizes. Instead of custom-made beds that varied depending on the craftsperson and customer, manufacturers began producing beds in standard sizes. This made it easier to buy bedding, and meant that a mattress bought in one city would fit a bed frame bought in another. Working conditions during the Industrial Age also highlighted the importance of good sleep. Factory workers who had to wake up early and work long hours needed better sleep than had been necessary in agricultural societies. This created demand for more comfortable bedding, and led to innovations designed to help people fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly. The Industrial Age established the foundation for modern sleep technology. The basic concept of the coil spring mattress, the box spring foundation, and mass-produced bedding all originated during this period. The Industrial Revolution established the fundamental approach to creating comfortable beds, despite dramatic improvements in materials and construction techniques. And here we are, in the modern era, where your bed is probably more technologically advanced than the computers that sent people to the moon. The 20th and 21st centuries have brought an explosion of innovation in sleep technology that would have seemed like science fiction to people just a few generations ago. The development of synthetic materials revolutionized mattress construction. Memory foam, originally developed by NASA to improve crash protection for astronauts, became the foundation for a new generation of mattresses that could conform to individual body shapes and provide personalized support. The idea that your mattress could remember your body's contours and adapt accordingly was a concept that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Latex mattresses brought natural elasticity and durability that surpassed traditional coil springs. These mattresses could provide firm support while still conforming to body shapes, and they lasted much longer than previous mattress types. The development of synthetic latex made these benefits available at reasonable prices, democratizing comfort in ways that would have amazed earlier generations. The introduction of adjustable beds brought hospital-level comfort to home bedrooms. These beds could be adjusted to provide optimal positioning for sleeping, reading, watching television, or dealing with medical conditions. The ability to adjust your bed's position with the touch of a button represented a level of convenience and customization that surpassed anything in history. Temperature control became a major focus of modern sleep technology. Gel-infused foams, phase-change materials, and even water-cooled mattresses were developed to help people maintain optimal sleeping temperatures. The recognition that temperature regulation was crucial for good sleep led to innovations that actively managed heat and moisture throughout the night. Modern bedding materials have achieved levels of softness and performance that would have been impossible with natural materials alone. Microfiber sheets can be softer than silk while being more durable and easier to care for. Moisture-wicking fabrics help regulate temperature and humidity, creating optimal sleeping conditions regardless of season or climate. The development of the sleep industry as a major economic force has driven continuous innovation. Companies spend millions of dollars researching sleep patterns, testing new materials, and developing products that promise better rest. This competition has led to rapid advances in mattress technology, bedding materials, and sleep accessories. Sleep tracking technology has given people unprecedented insight into their sleep patterns. Devices that monitor movement, heart rate, and sleep stages provide detailed information about sleep quality and duration. This data-driven approach to sleep represents a return to the scientific study of sleep that began during the Industrial Age, but with far more sophisticated tools and understanding. The internet has revolutionized how people buy mattresses and bedding. Online retailers offer detailed product information, customer reviews, and even sleep trials that allow people to test mattresses in their homes. The internet has made it easier for people to find products that meet their specific needs and preferences. Modern understanding of sleep science has led to products designed for specific sleep positions, body types, and medical conditions. Side sleepers can buy mattresses optimized for their sleeping position, while people with back problems can find products specifically designed to provide proper spinal alignment. This level of customization represents a sophisticated understanding of how different people have different sleep needs. The development of organic and natural bedding materials has brought together modern performance with traditional materials. Organic cotton, natural latex, and wool bedding provide the benefits of natural materials, while meeting modern standards for comfort and durability. This trend represents a return to natural materials, but with the benefit of modern manufacturing techniques. Smart beds are at the forefront of sleep technology. These beds can automatically adjust firmness, temperature, and position based on sleep patterns and preferences. Some can even track sleep quality and make recommendations for improvement. A bed that actively works to improve your sleep would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations. The modern sleep revolution has also brought an understanding of the importance of sleep for overall health and well-being. Research has shown that adequate sleep is crucial for physical health, mental performance, and emotional stability. This awareness has led to increased investment in sleep technology and a recognition that good bedding is an investment in health, not just comfort. As you settle into your modern bed tonight, with its carefully engineered support system, temperature-regulating materials, and precisely designed comfort layers, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those first grass beds in South African caves. The drive to create better sleeping conditions has been a constant throughout human history, leading us from simple piles of aromatic leaves to the sophisticated sleep systems we have today. The journey from sleeping on the ground to sleeping on memory foam has been long and fascinating, filled with innovations, setbacks, and gradual improvements. Each generation has built upon the discoveries of the previous one, creating better and more comfortable ways to get a good night's rest. And who knows? The bed you're sleeping on tonight might seem primitive to future generations, who will undoubtedly find even better ways to achieve the perfect night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and remember, you're sleeping better than 99.9% of all humans who have ever lived. That's worth appreciating as you drift off to sleep on your modern miracle of comfort and engineering. But if that insomnia is still kicking, don't worry. I will always have other stories of mine told here from the past to help you get that rest no matter what it takes. Sleep well, my friends, and I will catch you later. as I always do. Catherine of Aragon's birth coincided with the emergence of the modern world. Catherine of Aragon was born on December 16th, 1485, at the Archbishop's Palace in Alcalá de Henares near Madrid, during a time when the medieval era was slowly giving way to what we now call the Renaissance. Her parents, Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, had united their kingdoms and were in the midst of completing the Reconquista, which would culminate with the fall of Granada in 1492. Catherine's early years were marked not by coddling, but by immersion in one of Europe's most dynamic courts. While most historical accounts focus on her later marriage to Henry VIII, Catherine's formative years in Spain reveal a woman groomed for far more than matrimony. Her mother, Isabella, ensured Catherine received an education that surpassed what most royal daughters could expect. The tutelage of Alessandro Geraldini and the humanist Antonio Geraldini gave her fluency in multiple languages, including Spanish, Latin, French, and Greek. She studied canon and civil law, genealogy, heraldry, and history, subjects typically reserved for male heirs. Catherine's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of her parents' military campaigns against the Moorish kingdom of Granada. Rather than shielding their children from state affairs, Isabella and Ferdinand brought them along. At age 6, Catherine found herself in the military encampment at Santa Fe outside Granada, watching as the last Muslim ruler in Spain surrendered to her parents. The same year, a Genoese explorer named Christopher Columbus secured funding from her parents for a westward expedition that would forever change world history. What distinguished Catherine's upbringing from that of other royal daughters was her mother's insistence that she understand the mechanics of governance. Isabella of Castile was no ornamental queen, but ruled in her own right. Under her example, Catherine observed council meetings, diplomatic receptions, and looked into the delicate dance of statecraft. Her mother's confessor, the reforming Cardinal Jimenez de Cisneros, instilled in her a devout but intellectually rigorous Catholicism that emphasized personal piety alongside institutional reform. By age 15, Catherine had absorbed more practical knowledge of rulership than most royal sons twice her age. Yet the Spanish court that shaped her remained largely invisible in later English accounts, which preferred to cast her as a passive victim of Henry VIII's marital machinations rather than acknowledge the sophisticated political actor who arrived on English shores. When Catherine sailed from Spain in 1501, she brought with her not just a trousseau and dowry, but a distinctly Iberian worldview. Her household included 50 Spanish attendants, including her lady-in-waiting, Doña Elvira Manuel, who would serve as both companion and cultural bridge. These Spaniards brought with them customs and practices that would seem alien to English courtiers, different standards of personal hygiene, so Spaniards bathed more frequently than the English, different dining habits, and different musical traditions. The journey itself, frequently reduced to a footnote in historical accounts, proved harrowing. Records from her fleet commander, Admiral Don Pedro de Ayala, reveal that Catherine's ship nearly sank in a ferocious Bay of Biscay storm. For 3 days, the princess remained in her cabin praying while waves threatened to overturn the vessel. When land was finally sighted, Catherine insisted on recording her impressions of her new country. Her letters home described the English countryside as verdant but melancholy, and noted the curious custom of commoners approaching the royal party to present petitions directly, something unthinkable in the more rigid Spanish court hierarchy. What awaited her in England was not her future husband, Henry, but his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, a slender 15-year-old whose frail health stood in stark contrast to Catherine's robust constitution. Their first meeting at Dogmersfield in Hampshire became legendary for Catherine's insistence on Spanish protocol despite English objections. When the Earl of Surrey demanded to see her face before she proceeded to London, Catherine refused, maintaining that only her betrothed would first glimpse her uncovered countenance, a stance that revealed both her adherence to Spanish custom and her early determination to assert herself in an unfamiliar land. The death of Arthur, Prince of Wales, in April of 1502 at Ludlow Castle, transformed Catherine of Aragon's trajectory in ways that conventional narratives often simplify. The 17-year-old widow faced not just grief but a political quagmire that would shape the next 7 years of her life. While history has primarily cast these as years of passive waiting, Catherine's correspondence reveals a young woman actively navigating the treacherous waters of international diplomacy. Arthur's death threw Catherine into what historians have called diplomatic purgatory. She was neither fully English nor free to return to Spain. Her father-in-law, Henry VII, refused to return her substantial dowry, 200,000 crowns, an enormous sum that would equal millions in today's currency. Meanwhile, her father, Ferdinand, was equally reluctant to fund her return home without the dowry. Catherine found herself essentially stranded in a foreign country whose language she was still mastering. During these limbo years, Catherine resided primarily at Durham House in London, where her income was progressively reduced by Henry VII's parsimony. By 1505, her situation had deteriorated to such an extent that she wrote to her father, "I am in debt in London. I am struggling to find a way out." Court records show that she was forced to pawn personal items, including gold vessels from her table service, to pay her servants' wages. While traditional accounts paint the aftermath as a period of powerless victimhood, Catherine's letters reveal sophisticated financial strategizing as she managed to maintain a household of 30 servants despite these constraints. What's rarely discussed is that Catherine's widow years coincided with the most tumultuous period in Castilian politics since her mother's accession. When Isabella of Castile died in 1504, the kingdom descended into factional struggle between Catherine's father, Ferdinand, and her brother-in-law Philip of Burgundy, husband to her sister Joanna. Catherine found herself in the uncomfortable position of an ambassadorial hostage, with Henry VII threatening to switch matrimonial alliances to the Burgundian faction if Ferdinand didn't meet his increasingly demanding terms. These years also witnessed Catherine's transformation from sheltered infanta to hardened political operator. She essentially functioned as Spain's unofficial ambassador to England, sending coded intelligence reports to her father, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of dutiful deference to Henry VII. Court records show that she cultivated relationships with key English nobles, particularly the Howard and Stafford families, building a network that would later prove invaluable during her queenship. Most accounts overlook Catherine's intellectual development during this period. Inventories of her possessions show she acquired over 40 books between 1502 and 1509, including works by Erasmus and Thomas More. Her correspondence with the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives suggests she was engaged with the latest currents in Renaissance thought. Far from languishing in isolated misery, Catherine was participating in the intellectual ferment that would later characterize the early Tudor court. People have similarly misrepresented her religious life during these years. While Catherine's piety is well documented, it has often been caricatured as rigid and medieval. In reality, her spiritual practice aligned with the Devotio Moderna movement sweeping Europe, which emphasized personal, interior devotion over elaborate external rituals. Her confessor, the observant Franciscan Alessandro Barclay, introduced her to contemplative prayer practices that would later influence English spiritual writing. Catherine's relationship with the young Prince Henry, later Henry VIII, during this period deserves re-examination. Court records indicate regular contact between them, including shared musical performances and participation in court festivities. The future king, 6 years her junior, appears to have genuinely enjoyed Catherine's company, particularly her knowledge of Spanish literature and her skill at the virginals, a keyboard instrument she had mastered. When court chronicler Edward Hall later wrote that Henry had cast eyes of affection on Catherine before their marriage, he was likely recording more than propaganda. By 1507, Catherine had become adept at managing not just her reduced circumstances, but the complex diplomatic machinations swirling around her. When Henry VII attempted to create a pretext for breaking the betrothal by demanding Catherine confess whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, she outmaneuvered him with a carefully worded response that satisfied Spanish honour, while preserving the possibility of marriage to the younger Henry. When Henry VIII ascended the throne in April of 1509, one of his first acts was to marry Catherine of Aragon, a decision that historical accounts have variously attributed to youthful infatuation, political expediency, or simple duty. However, contemporary sources reveal a more nuanced reality. The 18-year-old King's Council was initially divided on the match, with some favouring a French alliance instead. Henry's decision to marry Catherine represented his first significant assertion of royal will against advisory opinion, a pattern that would characterise his reign. Catherine's transformation from marginalised widow to queen consort was swift and deliberate. Their joint coronation on June 24th, 1509, broke with tradition by according Catherine equal ceremonial prominence with Henry. She insisted on wearing her hair loose, a Spanish symbol of virginity, to publicly emphasise that her first marriage was unconsummated. Londoners, treated to pageants portraying Dame Catherine as the embodiment of truth triumphing over adversity, understood the symbolism. The early years of Catherine's queenship reveal a woman whose political influence extended far beyond conventional narratives that focus exclusively on her reproductive struggles. As early as 1510, diplomatic correspondence shows Catherine serving as an informal member of the King's Council, particularly on matters relating to Spanish and imperial relations. The Venetian ambassador reported with surprise that the Queen attends all council meetings and exerts considerable influence. Perhaps Catherine's most overlooked contribution to Tudor governance came in 1513, when Henry appointed her Governor of the Realm and Captain General of the Armed Forces during his absence in France. This regency granted Catherine powers that went beyond ceremonial authority. She could sign documents with the King's authority, issue proclamations, and even raise armies. When James IV of Scotland invaded while Henry was abroad, Catherine organised the English defence with remarkable efficiency. She commissioned ships, ordered troop movements, and sent a stirring letter to the Earl of Surrey before he defeated and killed the Scottish king at Flodden Field. After the victory, Catherine sent James's bloodied coat to Henry in France as a battle trophy, writing with martial pride that she would have sent the king's body too, but English soil would not bear a traitor's burial. This action, rarely emphasised in popular accounts, demonstrates Catherine's embrace of Tudor political culture and her evolution from Spanish infanta to English queen. Catherine's domestic policy during her regency revealed priorities that would shape her later patronage. She issued orders relaxing enforcement of sumptuary laws that disproportionately punished working-class women for dressing above their station. Court records indicate she personally intervened in at least 14 cases where women faced prosecution under these statutes, arguing that female industry shouldn't be penalised by archaic restrictions. Her intellectual patronage has been similarly underappreciated. While Henry VIII is remembered for his sporadic support of humanism, Catherine maintained more consistent relationships with leading scholars. She commissioned translations of devotional texts from Spanish into English, supported Richard Hurdy's arguments for women's education, and maintained correspondence with Erasmus, who dedicated his commentary on the Gospel of Matthew to her. When Juan Luis Vives published The Education of a Christian Woman in 1523, he acknowledged Catherine's influence on his thinking about female intellectual capacity. Catherine's queenly authority extended to cultural diplomacy as well. She introduced Spanish theatrical traditions to the English court, particularly the morality plays known as autos sacramentals. Court records document her commissioning performances that blended English and Spanish performance styles, creating hybridized entertainments that historian Sidney Anglo has termed the first truly cosmopolitan court culture in English history. Even her religious patronage defies simple characterization. While Catherine's Catholicism was sincere, she advocated for church reforms that aligned with humanist critiques. She supported Cardinal Wolsey's suppression of corrupt monasteries nearly 2 decades before Henry's more famous dissolution. Edward Lee, the reformist scholar who served as her personal chaplain, delivered sermons that criticised clerical abuses while upholding orthodox doctrine, a delicate balance that mirrors Catherine's own complex religious beliefs. By 1525, before the divorce crisis erupted, Catherine had constructed a queenly identity that skillfully balanced her Spanish heritage with her adopted English role. She wore English fashions but maintained Spanish eating habits. She spoke English fluently but continued to write personal devotions in Spanish. She honoured English Sacerdotes saints while introducing Spanish religious customs like the 40-hour devotion. This cultural hybridity made her popular with both courtiers and commoners, who affectionately called her Queen Caterina, in a blend of her Spanish name and English title. The unravelling of Catherine's marriage to Henry VIII, who was euphemistically called the King's Great Matter, has traditionally been presented as a contest between an increasingly desperate king and a stubbornly principled queen. This narrative, while not entirely false, obscures the sophisticated legal battle Catherine waged to defend her position. Far from being a passive victim of Henry's machinations, Catherine mounted a defence that utilised every legal and diplomatic weapon at her disposal. When Henry first raised doubts about their marriage in 1527, citing Leviticus 20:21 as evidence that he had sinned by marrying his brother's widow. Catherine responded not with mere emotional appeals, but with precise canonical arguments. Her initial legal position rested on 3 points: that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that Pope Julius II's dispensation had specifically addressed and overridden any impediment, and that the passage in Leviticus was contradicted by the levirate principle in Deuteronomy 25, which actually commanded a man to marry his brother's widow. Document evidence from Spanish archives reveals that Catherine personally drafted many of the legal arguments her representatives would later present. Her annotated copy of the decretals, papal legal pronouncements, shows her meticulous research into precedent cases. She identified 13 prior instances where papal dispensations for affinity had been granted and never subsequently revoked, creating a legal pattern that strengthened her case. Catherine's legal team, assembled through her personal connections rather than royal resources, represented an impressive coalition of canonical expertise. While Henry retained the services of Cardinal Wolsey and later Thomas Cranmer, Catherine secured representation from William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and, most importantly, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, whose treatise defending the validity of her marriage became the definitive opposition text. The Blackfriars trial of 1529 provided Catherine with her most dramatic moment of resistance. Her famous speech before the Legatine court, "I call God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble and obedient wife," has been celebrated for its emotional power. Less recognised is its legal cunning. By appealing directly to Rome before the court could render judgment, Catherine executed a sophisticated canonical manoeuvre called exceptio spolii, which argued that she couldn't receive fair judgment while deprived of her rights as queen. This legal tactic effectively suspended the English proceedings. Catherine's appeal to Rome wasn't merely procedural obstruction, but reflected her understanding that the case would receive a more favourable hearing there. She maintained a network of informants throughout Europe who provided intelligence about papal politics. When imperial forces sacked Rome in 1527, placing Pope Clement VII under the influence of her nephew Emperor Charles V, Catherine strategically intensified her appeals to Rome, understanding that geopolitical circumstances now favoured her position. Even as Henry isolated Catherine physically, moving her from palace to palace with ever-decreasing household staff, she maintained communications with supporters through an underground network. Royal account books reveal the king's frustration at discovering Catherine had smuggled letters to imperial ambassadors via servants disguised as vegetable sellers. One particularly effective channel involved Catherine's Spanish ladies-in-waiting, who would carry messages braided into their hair when visiting London markets. When Henry separated from Catherine and banned her from court in 1531, she had effectively transitioned from being the queen consort to the opposition leader. From her reduced household at the Moor in Hertfordshire, she continued directing legal resistance through coded correspondence. She instructed her representatives in Rome to challenge every procedural motion, effectively creating years of delays that prevented Henry from legally remarrying while she lived. Catherine's strategic acumen extended to public relations. Understanding the power of popular sentiment, she deliberately appeared before crowds when travelling between her various places of confinement, dressed plainly but with the royal arms prominently displayed. Contemporary accounts describe commoners lining roads to cheer the true queen, demonstrations that so concerned Henry that he eventually confined her to increasingly remote locations. What's rarely acknowledged is how Catherine's resistance provided the legal template that later English Catholics would use to challenge Henry's religious policies. Her insistence on the supremacy of papal authority over the king in matters of marriage created precedents that evolved into broader arguments against royal supremacy. The network of supporters she cultivated, particularly among university scholars and clergy, formed the nucleus of what would become recusant resistance during Elizabeth's reign. Perhaps most remarkable was Catherine's maintenance of dual loyalties throughout the dispute. While adamantly defending her position as England's rightful queen, she refused multiple opportunities to escape to imperial territories, or to authorise her nephew Charles V to invade England on her behalf. When Charles's ambassadors suggested military intervention in 1532, Catherine reportedly responded, "I will not be the cause of war in Christendom, nor against the country that is now my own." Catherine of Aragon's diplomatic significance has been consistently undervalued, in historical assessments that focus primarily on her domestic role. In reality, she served as the linchpin of Anglo-Spanish relations for nearly 3 decades, wielding influence that extended far beyond ceremonial functions. Her diplomatic career commenced prior to her queenship, as her father, Ferdinand, utilised her as a living pawn on the European diplomatic arena. From her arrival in England, Catherine maintained what we would now call a parallel diplomatic channel alongside official ambassadors. Her personal correspondence with her father, Ferdinand, and later her nephew, Emperor Charles V, provided intelligence that official dispatches often lacked. The Spanish ambassador, Rodrigo de Puebla, frequently complained that Catherine had more accurate information about English court politics than he did. Writing to Ferdinand in 1505, "The princess knows more of the king's mind in 1 hour than I learn in a month of careful observation." During Henry VIII's early reign, Catherine functioned as the architect of the Anglo-Spanish alliance that defined English foreign policy until the divorce crisis. The Treaty of Westminster, 1511, which formalised England's entry into the Holy League against France, bore Catherine's diplomatic fingerprints throughout. Spanish archives contain her draft suggestions for the treaty terms, many of which appeared verbatim in the final document. This hands-on approach to treaty formation went well beyond the conventional role of a consort. Catherine's influence extended beyond Spanish relations. She maintained regular correspondence with her sister Joanna in Castile, her nephew Charles in the Low Countries, and her niece Isabella in Denmark, creating a familial intelligence network spanning Europe. When Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, needed to communicate sensitive information to England without alerting French spies, she often routed messages through Catherine rather than formal diplomatic channels. The Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 is typically presented as a watershed in Anglo-French relations, marking the legendary summit between Henry VIII and Francis I of France. Less discussed is Catherine's behind-the-scenes diplomatic counterweight. While publicly supporting the French rapprochement, she simultaneously strengthened ties with Charles V, hosting his ambassadors for private audiences, where she emphasised England's continuing commitment to imperial friendship. This dual-track diplomacy allowed England to maximise its negotiating position between Europe's 2 dominant powers. Catherine's diplomatic value became evident in 1522, when Charles V visited England for 6 weeks, an unprecedented diplomatic coup. Court records reveal Catherine's personal management of the visit's logistics, from menu planning that accommodated Spanish tastes to entertainment that subtly emphasised Anglo-imperial commonalities. During political discussions, Catherine often served as a cultural interpreter, explaining English customs to her nephew and contextualising English positions for Henry. The resulting Treaty of Windsor, highly favourable to English interests, was widely attributed to Catherine's skillful mediation. The Queen's diplomatic relevance wasn't limited to European affairs. Catherine took particular interest in the nascent transatlantic explorations, likely influenced by her mother's sponsorship of Columbus. Documents in the Spanish archives show she personally intervened to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in Spain's American territories. In 1529, she wrote to officials in Hispaniola, warning against the mistreatment of native inhabitants and endorsing the humanitarian arguments of Bartolomé de las Casas. This early advocacy for indigenous rights represents an underappreciated aspect of her international influence. Catherine's approach to international relations was characterised by what diplomat Eustace Chapuis called her long view of dynastic interests. Unlike Henry, whose foreign policy often responded to immediate opportunities or slights, Catherine consistently advocated for policies that supported long-term strategic interests. She opposed popular but wasteful French instead. They encouraged commercial treaties that would strengthen English trade. When the Protestant Reformation began fracturing European politics, Catherine advised Henry to position England as a potential mediator rather than an entrenched partisan. Even during the divorce proceedings, Catherine maintained her diplomatic engagement, transforming her personal predicament into an international issue. Through carefully timed appeals to Rome and the imperial court, she ensured that Henry couldn't resolve the matter as a domestic concern. Her letter to Charles V in 1531, recently discovered in the Simancas archives, reveals a sophisticated understanding of European power dynamics. She advised her nephew to pressure the Pope through diplomatic rather than military means, arguing that the Holy Father responds better to gentle persuasion than to threats. In her final days at Kimbolton Castle in 1536, Catherine executed a crucial diplomatic manoeuvre. Understanding that her death would reshape Anglo-imperial relations, she dictated letters to both Henry and Charles V that emphasised reconciliation rather than recrimination. To Henry, she reaffirmed her love despite their differences. To Charles, she explicitly requested he maintain peaceful relations with England. This final diplomatic act reflected her lifelong balancing of loyalties to her native and adopted countries. Perhaps the clearest evidence of Catherine's diplomatic significance came after her death, when Anglo-imperial relations rapidly deteriorated without her moderating influence. Within months, Henry faced increasing hostility from Charles V, culminating in an imperial-papal alliance that threatened England with invasion. The diplomatic architecture Catherine had maintained for decades collapsed in her absence, revealing how central she had been to England's international standing. Catherine of Aragon's cultural patronage established patterns that would define the Tudor Renaissance long after her death. Yet this aspect of her legacy remains curiously underexplored. Unlike the spectacular but sporadic patronage of Henry VIII, Catherine's cultural investments were systematic and transformative, particularly in education, literature, and the textile arts. Her vision helped shift English court culture from its medieval foundations toward Renaissance humanism. Education stood at the centre of Catherine's patronage strategy. In 1523, she established the Queen's Scholarships at St John's College, Cambridge, which specifically funded students focusing on Greek and Latin classics. University records indicate that 27 scholars benefited from these grants during Catherine's lifetime, including Robert Pember, who later became a leading translator of classical texts. Unlike most contemporary patronage, Catherine's educational funding carried the unusual stipulation that recipients commit to teaching for at least 5 years after completing their studies, creating a multiplier effect for humanist learning. Catherine's commissioning of translations significantly expanded the range of texts available in English. Court payment records document her sponsorship of at least 14 translation projects, including the first English versions of Seneca's moral essays and portions of Plutarch's Lives. Her most significant literary commission came in 1516, when she engaged Juan Luis Vives to write De Institutione Feminae Christianae, on the education of a Christian woman, which argued for women's intellectual capabilities at a time when female education remained controversial. Catherine ensured the work was quickly translated into English and distributed to noble households with daughters. The education of her daughter Mary reflected Catherine's pedagogical principles. She recruited humanist scholars like Thomas Linacre and Richard Pace as tutors, developing a curriculum that mirrored those of male heirs. Mary's education included not just traditional female accomplishments, but also Greek, Latin, astronomy, architecture, and governance, subjects typically reserved for male education. This educational program became influential beyond the royal family. Inventories from noble households show increased acquisition of classical texts for daughters after Catherine established this precedent. Catherine's textile patronage transformed English decorative arts. Spanish embroidery techniques, particularly black work, black silk on the white linen, sometimes called Spanish work, gained prominence through Catherine's workshop. Her household accounts show she employed over 20 professional embroiderers at its peak, producing works that combined Spanish techniques with English motifs. Surviving examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum demonstrate this distinctive hybrid style, which remained influential in English decorative arts for generations. Liturgical arts received particular attention in Catherine's patronage portfolio. She commissioned illuminated manuscripts from both Spanish and English workshops, creating opportunities for cross-cultural artistic exchange. The Catherine of Aragon prayer book, now in the British Library, exemplifies this fusion, with Spanish-influenced illumination techniques applied to English devotional texts. Catherine also commissioned altar furnishings that introduced Spanish liturgical aesthetics to English churches, including embroidered antependiere, altar frontals, that incorporated pomegranate motifs, her personal emblem, into traditional English church decoration. Musical funding revealed Catherine's cosmopolitan tastes. She introduced Spanish musicians to the English court, including the composer Juan de Anchieta, whose compositions familiarized English audiences with the unique polyphonic traditions of Iberian sacred music. Court records document her commissioning of motets that blended English and Spanish musical elements. Thomas Tallis, who would later become England's preeminent composer, received his first royal appointment in Catherine's household chapel, where he was exposed to this international musical environment. Subsequent rebuilding has largely erased Catherine's architectural patronage, but account books reveal significant projects. She redesigned the Queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace to include a Spanish-style inner courtyard with a fountain, creating spaces for humanist conversation modelled on Iberian precedents. At Richmond Palace, she commissioned a library specifically designed to house her growing collection of classical and humanist texts, with innovative features like reading desks with adjustable angles, a design later copied in other noble libraries. Perhaps most significant was Catherine's patronage of female artists and intellectuals. Court records show she employed women in traditionally male artistic roles, including Anne Brown as court painter and Margaret Bryan as astronomical instrument maker. These appointments created rare professional opportunities for talented women and established precedents for female intellectual achievement. When Catherine established her daughter Mary's household at Ludlow Castle in 1525, she deliberately recruited educated women as attendants, creating what historian Maria Dowling has called the first female humanist circle in England. Catherine's cultural patronage established a distinctively English Renaissance identity that outlived her personal downfall. The educational institutions she funded continued producing scholars long after her death. The artistic styles she introduced became naturalised as traditional English forms. Even her architectural innovations influenced subsequent royal building projects. When Elizabeth I later positioned herself as a Renaissance monarch, she drew upon cultural foundations that her mother's rival had established. Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle on January 7, 1536, officially downgrading her to Princess Dowager, despite her insistence on her royal title until the end. Traditional narratives often conclude her story here, presenting her as a tragic figure whose significance waned after Anne Boleyn's ascension. This interpretation fundamentally misunderstands Catherine's enduring influence on Tudor England and beyond. Her legacy operated through multiple channels, some obvious and others more subtle, shaping English history long after her physical presence had ended. The most immediate aspect of Catherine's legacy manifested in popular resistance to Henry's religious policies. Her steadfast defence of papal authority provided both an intellectual framework and emotional inspiration for those opposing the nascent English Reformation. The Pilgrimage of Grace, the largest uprising of Henry's reign, explicitly invoked Catherine's cause among its grievances. Northern rebels carried banners depicting her royal arms alongside traditional religious images, symbolically linking loyalty to Rome with loyalty to the displaced queen. Catherine's influence persisted through networks of scholars and clerics she had patronised. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and her most prominent defender, became a martyr for rejecting royal supremacy. Less-known figures like Nicholas Wilson and Richard Featherstone, both former chaplains in Catherine's household, joined the ranks of religious exiles who maintained opposition from continental havens. These Catherinian loyalists, as historian Eamon Duffy termed them, preserved alternative visions of English Catholicism that would influence later recusant communities. Through her daughter Mary, Catherine's political and religious values gained renewed expression during Mary's brief reign, 1553 to 1558. Mary's restoration of Catholicism represented not just personal conviction, but conscious continuation of her mother's stance. Royal proclamations during Mary's reign frequently referenced the virtuous example of our most noble mother, explicitly connecting government policies to Catherine's principles. Mary's efforts to restore diplomatic relations with Spain similarly reflected Catherine's lifelong commitment to an Anglo-Spanish alliance. Catherine's educational philosophy proved remarkably durable. The curriculum she developed for Princess Mary, emphasising classical languages, history, and governance alongside religious instruction, became influential in noble female education. Household accounts from families like the Howards, Percys, and Seymours show daughters receiving increasingly substantial educations modelled on Catherinian principles. By Elizabeth's reign, a generation of noble women had benefited from this educational transformation, creating what scholar Lisa Jardine called a female intellectual elite unprecedented in English history. The legal arguments Catherine mounted in her defence established precedents that resonated far beyond her personal case. Her insistence that valid marriages could not be retroactively invalidated by royal decree established important protections for aristocratic marriages, and by extension, aristocratic property settlements. When Elizabeth I faced parliamentary pressure to clarify the succession in the 1560s, her resistance partly reflected awareness that questioning her parents' marriage would reopen the controversial legal principles Catherine had fought to uphold. Catherine's diplomatic legacy operated in complex ways. While Anglo-Spanish relations deteriorated after her death, the diplomatic networks she had cultivated provided channels for continued communication even during periods of official hostility. Spanish diplomats used contacts they had made in Catherine's home to stay in touch with English Catholics during Edward VI's rule. These unofficial channels proved crucial during Mary's accession crisis in 1553, when Spanish diplomatic support, arranged through Catherine's former ladies-in-waiting, helped secure Mary's throne. In cultural terms, Catherine's influence remained visible for generations. The distinctive blackwork embroidery she introduced remained fashionable throughout the 16th century, with Elizabeth I herself wearing garments decorated in this Spanish work, despite her political opposition to Spain. Architectural elements Catherine had introduced, particularly the enclosed private garden and the humanist study, became standard features in elite English homes. Even her innovations in court ceremony, like the Spanish-influenced reverence that replaced the medieval nebo, persisted as elements of English court protocol. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine established enduring principles of queenship that influenced subsequent royal women. Her example demonstrated that queens could exercise substantial political authority while maintaining popular affection. She proved that consorts could serve as effective diplomatic agents and cultural patrons. Even in adversity, she established that queens possessed distinct rights that could not be arbitrarily revoked. Elizabeth I, despite her complicated relationship with Catherine's memory, adopted many aspects of Catherine's queenly performance, particularly her careful balance of foreign and domestic identities. The culmination of Catherine's legacy arrived with the accession of James I in 1603, which reunited the English and Scottish crowns and restored peaceful relations with Spain. The 1604 Treaty of London, ending nearly 2 decades of Anglo-Spanish conflict, explicitly referenced Catherine's earlier diplomatic work as a model for renewed friendship. When Philip III's ambassador presented James with Catherine's portrait as the diplomatic gift, he symbolically acknowledged what historians have often overlooked, that Catherine of Aragon's vision of England's place in Europe had ultimately prevailed. Catherine's story extended far beyond the divorce crisis that dominates popular perceptions. She was not merely Henry VIII's discarded first wife, but a consequential historical figure whose influence shaped Tudor England in profound and lasting ways. Her legacy encompassed religious principles, educational innovations, diplomatic relationships, legal precedents, and cultural transformations that continued influencing English society long after her death. The true measure of Catherine's historical significance lies not in the marriage that ended, but in the many ways her life's work continued shaping the nation she had adopted as her own. Picture this. You're settling in for the night, maybe with a warm cup of something comforting, and someone asks you to imagine ancient Italy. Not the Italy of pasta and espresso, though wouldn't that be nice, but a wild, untamed place where every hill might hide a god having a particularly dramatic day. Our story begins with Mars, the god of war, who apparently had nothing better to do than fall head over sandals for a young woman named Rhea Silvia. Now, Rhea wasn't just anyone. She was a Vestal virgin, which meant she'd taken a sacred vow to stay single and tend the eternal flame in the temple. Imagine it as the most stringent employment agreement in the ancient world, where violating it could result in death rather than mere termination. But gods, as you've probably noticed if you've ever read mythology, aren't particularly good at respecting human rules. Mars swept down from his celestial perch like a divine hurricane, and before you could say, workplace harassment complaint, Rhea found herself pregnant with twins. The event created what ancient Romans might have called a situation, though they probably used more colourful language. King Romulus, Rhea's uncle and the current ruler, was understandably pleased. He'd already stolen the throne from his brother and wasn't keen on potential heirs popping up to complicate his retirement plans. When the twins were born, 2 healthy boys who would someday be called Romulus and Remus, Romulus made the kind of executive decision that makes modern corporate restructuring look gentle. He ordered the babies to be thrown into the Tiber River. Now, if this were a modern story, we'd call Child Protective Services, but the setting was ancient Rome. where rivers were apparently considered acceptable babysitters, and wolves had better parenting skills than most humans. The servant tasked with this grim duty, let's call him reluctant middle management, placed the babies in a basket and set them afloat, probably hoping someone upriver would fish them out and wondering if his job description had always included infanticide. The Tiber, swollen with spring rains, carried the basket downstream like nature's own lazy river, except considerably less fun and with much higher stakes. You can imagine the babies bobbing along, probably thinking this wasn't quite the welcome to the world they'd been expecting, though at their age their concerns were likely limited to warmth, food, and dry diapers, none of which a river provides particularly well. The basket eventually washed ashore near the base of the Palatine Hill, in a spot where a fig tree cast dappled shadows on the muddy bank. This is the pivotal moment in our story, as it seems the gods were not yet done intervening. A she-wolf, probably out for her morning constitutional, discovered the crying infants and made a decision that would echo through history. Instead of seeing breakfast, she saw babies in need. This wolf, and you have to admire her maternal instincts, began nursing the twins as if they were her cubs. Picture this scene. 2 human babies being raised by a wolf under a fig tree, like some sort of ancient daycare centre run by wildlife. It's the kind of image that makes you wonder if maybe we've been overthinking childcare all these centuries. The twins thrived under their unconventional upbringing, growing strong on wolf's milk and whatever else their adoptive mother could provide. They learned to crawl among the roots of the fig tree, to understand the language of the wild, and to see the world through eyes that knew no fear of beast or storm. In many ways, they were getting an education no Roman school could provide, though it was probably lacking in mathematics and rhetoric. This arrangement could have persisted indefinitely, establishing the world's first truly alternative family structure, but destiny had other intentions, as often happens in the best stories. Just when you think you know where things are heading, a shepherd appears over the hill, and everything changes once again. Faustulus was the kind of shepherd who paid attention to things that weren't strictly his concern, which is either admirable curiosity or professional nosiness, depending on your perspective. On this particular morning, as he guided his flock toward better grazing, he spotted something that made him stop dead in his tracks. And in the shepherd business, stopping when you should be moving usually means you've seen something worth investigating, or you're about to become something else's breakfast. What he saw was a she-wolf nursing 2 human babies under a fig tree, which even by ancient Roman standards was unusual enough to warrant a second look. Most people, finding themselves witness to such a scene, might have backed away slowly and reconsidered their breakfast choices. But Faustulus possessed that particular mixture of courage and poor judgment that drives people to adopt stray animals and investigate strange noises in the basement. He approached carefully, not because he was afraid of the wolf, mind you, but because interrupting a nursing mother of any species tends to end badly for all involved. The wolf, perhaps sensing that her unconventional childcare arrangement was about to be discovered, looked up at Faustulus with the kind of steady gaze that suggested she was evaluating whether he represented help or hindrance. What happened next depends on which version of the story you prefer. Some say the wolf simply walked away, her duty done, like a divine babysitter whose shift had ended. Others claim she adopted Faustulus too, which would have made for interesting dinner conversations. The most practical version suggests that wolf and shepherd reached some sort of understanding, the kind of wordless negotiation that happens between adults who suddenly find themselves responsible for children neither of them had planned for. Faustulus gathered up the twins, probably wondering how he was going to explain this to his wife, Acca Laurentia. You can imagine him practicing the conversation during the walk home. "Honey, you know how we always talked about having children? Well, funny story." Most wives might have questions about babies appearing out of nowhere, but Acca, bless her practical heart, took one look at the healthy, wolf-raised infants and apparently decided that origin stories were less important than diaper duty. The couple raised Romulus and Remus as their sons, though they couldn't quite hide the fact that these boys were different from the average shepherd's children. For one thing, they grew like weeds in a rainy season. Tall, strong, and seemingly immune to the normal childhood ailments that kept other parents up at night. For another, they displayed a natural confidence that suggested they'd never learned to be afraid of anything, which was either inspiring or concerning, depending on your parenting philosophy. The twins learned the shepherd's trade, but they approached it with the kind of innovation that comes from thinking outside traditional boundaries. While other young men were content to follow established grazing routes and time-honoured methods of flock management, Romulus and Remus seemed to view the entire landscape as their personal domain. They knew every cave and stream within miles, could track any animal through the hills, and had an uncanny ability to sense trouble before it arrived. This last skill proved particularly useful, because the hills round their home were not exactly what you'd call a peaceful suburb. Bandits roamed the area like ancient highway robbers, except the highways were mostly goat paths, and the robbery often involved stealing entire flocks rather than just wallets. These bandits had grown comfortable in their profession, operating with the confidence of people who'd never met serious opposition. They were about to learn that confidence can be a fragile thing, especially when it encounters two young men who'd been raised by wolves and taught by shepherds, who understood that protecting your flock sometimes required more than just a stern talking to. The twins began organising the local shepherds into something resembling a neighbourhood watch programme, if neighbourhood watch programmes involved strategic ambushes and the kind of justice that doesn't require paperwork. They turned bandit hunting into something approaching an art form, using their knowledge of the terrain and their wolf-taught instincts to outmaneuver criminals who'd grown lazy from easy victories. Word of their success spread through the hills like smoke from a well-tended fire, and soon people were travelling considerable distances just to see these young men who'd made the roads safe again. Some visitors came seeking protection, others hoping to join their group, and a few simply wanted to hear the stories that were already growing in the telling. But success, as anyone who's ever had a particularly excellent year at work knows, has a way of attracting the wrong kind of attention. You know how it is when you're doing something well and word gets around. Suddenly everyone wants a piece of your action, including people you'd rather not meet in a well-lit place, let alone a dark alley. King Amulius himself had heard about the twins' reputation for dealing with bandits. Now, Amulius was the sort of ruler who preferred his subjects to be grateful for whatever protection he provided, which in practical terms meant very little protection, but considerable taxation for the privilege. The idea that two young shepherds were handling security better than his forces was not the kind of news that improved his mood during breakfast. But Amulius had bigger problems than freelance law enforcement. His brother Numitor, the one he'd overthrown years earlier, was still alive and still had supporters who remembered when the kingdom had been run by someone who actually cared about effective governance. These supporters had an annoying habit of pointing out that Numitor's rule had been marked by prosperity and justice, while Amulius's tenure was more notable for creative taxation and the kind of paranoia that comes from knowing you're not actually supposed to be in charge. The king's paranoia was about to prove justified, because the twins were approaching the age when young men start asking uncomfortable questions about their origins. Faustulus and Acca had done their best to provide satisfying answers about where Romulus and Remus had come from, but their story about finding babies by the river was the kind of explanation that works for children, and becomes increasingly inadequate as those children grow into adults with functioning critical thinking skills. Romulus, the more direct of the two, had started pressing for details with the persistence of someone who'd inherited both divine stubbornness and wolfish determination. Remus, more diplomatic but equally curious, had been asking around among the local elders, piecing together fragments of old stories and half-remembered gossip like an ancient detective working a cold case. Their investigation might have continued indefinitely, a leisurely pursuit of family history that bothered no one, except that King Amulius chose this moment to make one of those decisions that seemed reasonable in the short term but catastrophic in hindsight. He decided to have Remus arrested. The charge was cattle rustling, which in ancient times was serious business, but also the kind of accusation that could be levelled against any shepherd who'd ever moved livestock across disputed boundaries. In reality, Amulius had probably heard about the twins' growing influence and decided to remove them before they became a genuine threat to his rule. Arresting one twin, he reasoned, would either eliminate half the problem or draw the other into a trap. His reasoning was the kind of strategic thinking that explains why some people succeed in politics and others end up as cautionary tales in bedtime stories. Remus was brought before King Amulius in chains, which must have been quite a sight. A young man who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, standing in a palace throne room like a wild creature suddenly caged. But if Amulius expected intimidation or pleading, he'd seriously underestimated his prisoner. Remus stood straight, met the king's gaze without flinching, and answered questions with the kind of calm confidence that comes from knowing you've never done anything truly wrong. His bearing was so naturally regal but several courtiers later remarked they'd never seen anyone wear chains with such dignity. This was unfortunate for Romulus, because Numitor happened to be present at court that day, kept around as a sort of living reminder of conquered opposition, but still sharp enough to recognise something significant when he saw it. As Numitor watched this young prisoner, certain details began clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he'd been trying to solve for 20 years. The timing was right, the age was right, and there was something about the young man's features, his bearing, and the way he held himself even in captivity that stirred memories of his daughter Rhea Silvia, and whispered possibilities that had been buried under years of grief and resignation. Meanwhile, Romulus was discovering that his brother's arrest had triggered something in him that felt less like worry and more like controlled fury. He began gathering allies with the focused intensity of someone who'd found his true calling, and it turned out that his true calling involved the kind of leadership that makes people willing to follow you into battle against overwhelming odds. Though none of the participants quite realised it yet, they set the stage for a family reunion that would change the course of history. Dramatic timing holds significance, and Numitor's extensive experience in politics enabled him to identify a crucial moment as it loomed across a throne room. While King Romulus was busy congratulating himself on capturing one of the troublesome shepherds, Numitor was conducting his own quiet investigation into questions that had haunted him for 2 decades. He began with discreet inquiries, the kind of careful questioning that comes naturally to deposed rulers who've learned that curiosity must be balanced with survival. He spoke with servants who remembered the night his grandsons had been taken, guards who recalled the orders they'd been given, and even tracked down the man who'd been commanded to drown the babies in the Tiber. What he discovered was the kind of story that explains why some people believe in divine intervention, and others start questioning the competence of their subordinates. The servant, it turned out, had possessed just enough conscience to make him terrible at infanticide. Instead of drowning the babies, he'd set them afloat in a basket, probably telling himself that such actions counted as following orders while leaving room for the gods to intervene if they were so inclined. It was the kind of creative interpretation of instructions that either makes you a hero or gets you executed, depending on how things turn out. The timeline matched perfectly. The location where the twins had been found was exactly where a basket launched into the Tiber would have washed ashore. And there were physical resemblances that became more obvious once you knew what to look for. The set of the jaw, the way they carried themselves, certain gestures that echoed his murdered daughter. Numitor arranged a private meeting with Remus, using the kind of political manoeuvring that keeps deposed kings alive long enough to see their kingdoms restored. What passed between them in that conversation was probably one of those moments that feels like destiny clicking into place. A young man learning he was descended from gods and kings, and an old man discovering that his family line hadn't ended in the Tiber after all. However, understanding one's identity and taking action to change it present entirely different challenges. Remus was still in chains, Romulus still held the throne, and Romulus was somewhere in the hills gathering what amounted to a shepherd's army. The situation called for the kind of careful planning that balances justice with practical politics, except that none of the people involved were particularly known for their patience. Romulus, meanwhile, was discovering that leadership came to him as naturally as breathing. The local shepherds and farmers who'd benefited from the twins' bandit clearing activities were eager to help rescue Remus. But Romulus was thinking bigger than a simple jailbreak. He was beginning to envision the kind of solution that would ensure this problem never arose again. He sent messages to everyone who had reason to dislike Romulus's rule, which turned out to be a surprisingly large portion of the local population. Farmers tired of excessive taxation, merchants frustrated by arbitrary trade restrictions, and nobles who remembered when the kingdom had been governed with something approaching competence, all found themselves quietly invited to consider whether the current arrangement was really working for anyone except the king himself. The response was more enthusiastic than Romulus had dared hope. Apparently Romulus had been even less popular than anyone realised, ruling through fear and inertia rather than genuine support. When given an alternative, people were remarkably willing to consider change, especially when that change was being organised by young men who'd already proven their effectiveness at solving problems. The revolution, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. Romulus had spent so much energy watching for threats from established nobles that he'd completely missed the danger approaching from shepherds and farmers. By the time he realised what was happening, Romulus was already at the palace gates with enough supporters to make resistance pointless. What followed was the kind of regime change that historians later described as surprisingly bloodless, which is another way of saying that sometimes people are ready for change and just need someone competent to organise it. Romulus was removed from power with the same efficiency the twins had once applied to bandit problems, and Numitor found himself restored to a throne he'd never expected to see again. The family reunion that followed was probably worth the wait. Two young men learning they were princes, a grandfather discovering his grandsons had not only survived but thrived, and a kingdom finally getting the kind of leadership it had been missing for 20 years. It was the sort of ending that would have been perfectly satisfying if this had been the end of the story. But this was really just the beginning. You might think that overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a beloved king would be the kind of achievement that leads to comfortable retirement and grateful citizens building statues in your honour, and for most people that would probably be enough excitement for one lifetime. But Romulus and Remus had been raised by wolves and trained by shepherds, who understood that standing still in dangerous territory is usually a mistake. The problem was that success had given them a taste for leadership, and leadership, once you've experienced it, tends to be addictive in the way that solving puzzles becomes compulsive for people who are good at it. They discovered they had a talent for organising people, settling disputes, and turning chaotic situations into functional communities. It was deeply satisfying work, the kind that makes you wonder what else you might accomplish with the right resources and enough time. But Numitor's kingdom, while grateful for their help, was already well established with its traditions, hierarchies, and ways of doing things. The twins found themselves in the position of successful consultants who'd completed their project and weren't quite sure what to do with themselves next. They were too young to settle into comfortable advisory roles and too ambitious to be satisfied with the relatively quiet life of reformed princes. The solution, when it came to them, was both obvious and audacious. They would found their city. They aimed to establish a genuine city that had the potential to grow into something significant, not just a small settlement or an expanded village. It was the kind of project that appeals to people who've never been taught that certain things are impossible, which is either the advantage of a wolf-raised education or evidence that some kinds of ignorance are actually useful. They gathered their most loyal followers, the shepherds and farmers who'd supported their revolution, young men eager for adventure, and anyone else who found the idea of building something new more appealing than maintaining something old. It was the sort of group that forms naturally around ambitious projects, part idealists, part opportunists, and part people who simply couldn't imagine doing anything else. The first decision was where to build their city, which should have been a straightforward question of geography, water access, and defensive positioning. Instead, it became the kind of disagreement that reveals fundamental differences in personality and approach to problem solving. Romulus had a preference for the Palatine Hill, the location where their wolf mother had found them as babies and raised them. It had symbolic significance, excellent defensive potential, and the kind of commanding view that makes visitors take you seriously. From a practical standpoint, it was an excellent choice. High ground, access to the river, and room for expansion. Remus preferred the Aventine Hill, which offered different advantages, better trade routes, more accessibility to merchants, and a position to take advantage of river traffic that could bring prosperity along with strategic importance. His choice reflected a more commercial vision of their future city, one that would grow through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest and intimidation. Both locations had merit, which made the choice more difficult rather than easier. In a perfect world, they might have flipped a coin, built two cities, or found some other compromise that honoured both visions. But the twins had inherited their divine father's competitive nature, along with their human grandfather's political instincts, and neither was particularly inclined to defer to the other's judgment on such a crucial decision. They decided to settle the matter through divination, reading omens in the flight patterns of birds, which was the ancient Roman equivalent of consulting focus groups and market research. It seemed like a reasonable way to let the gods make the final decision, removing personal preference from the equation, while maintaining the appearance of divine guidance. The contest was simple. Each brother would stand on his chosen hill and count the birds that flew overhead within a specified time. The brother who saw more birds would receive divine approval for his site selection, while the other brother would gracefully accept the decision. The solution was flawless until it came to reality. Remus saw 6 vultures circling over the Aventine Hill, which he took as a strong sign of divine favour. Vultures, after all, were associated with Mars, who was considered their divine father, and the number 6 was respectable, suggesting serious celestial attention. He was probably already planning the layout of streets and public buildings when messengers arrived with news from the Palatine Hill. Romulus had seen 12 vultures, which was either twice as good as his brother's result, or the kind of divine joke that gods find amusing and mortals consider troubling. The number 12 had significance in Roman religious thinking. It suggested completion, perfection, and the kind of cosmic approval that's hard to argue with mathematically. What should have settled the dispute instead intensified it, because now they were arguing not just about location, but about interpretation, timing, and whether the gods were speaking clearly or just enjoying themselves at mortal expense. The problem with divine signs is that they're remarkably open to interpretation, especially when the people reading them have strong opinions about what the gods ought to be saying. Until you started examining the details, Romulus's 12 vultures seemed decisive, and Remus was precisely the type of person who believed details mattered. Had Romulus actually seen 12 birds, or had he counted some of them twice as they circled? Were they all vultures, or had he included other species to reach his impressive total? And most importantly, who had seen their birds first? Because surely priority should count for something in divine mathematics. These were the kinds of questions that might have been resolved through calm discussion between brothers who trusted each other's honesty and shared a common goal. Unfortunately, the twins were discovering that wolf-raised confidence and divine heritage could combine in ways that made compromise feel less like wisdom and more like weakness. The argument escalated in the way that disagreements do when both parties are absolutely certain they're right, and neither is particularly skilled at backing down gracefully. What had started as a practical discussion about city planning was becoming a fundamental clash over leadership, authority, and who had the right to make decisions that would affect thousands of future citizens. Romulus initiated construction on the Palatine Hill, arguing that the superiority of 12 vultures over 6 was reasonable, and that taking action was preferable to an endless debate. He marked out the boundaries of his future city with a plough, creating the sacred furrow that would define the limits of what he was already calling Rome. It was the kind of bold move that either demonstrates decisive leadership or forces everyone else to choose sides. Remus, feeling his perfectly valid concerns ignored, watched his brother's preparations with growing frustration. The Aventine Hill remained unbroken ground, but more importantly, the principle of shared decision-making was being abandoned in favour of what looked suspiciously like dictatorship. The pivotal moment occurred when Remus chose to challenge the arbitrary nature of boundaries and the dubious legitimacy of his brother's authority. He jumped over the freshly ploughed furrow that marked Rome's border, probably intending it as a gesture of contempt, a way of demonstrating that imaginary lines in the dirt don't automatically deserve respect just because someone claims divine approval for drawing them. If the ancient world hadn't taken symbols so seriously, this symbolic protest could have been effective. But Romulus had just spent considerable effort establishing that this particular line in the dirt represented something sacred and inviolable, the boundary of a city blessed by the gods and protected by divine will. What happened next was the kind of moment that demonstrates why family disputes are often the most dangerous kind. Romulus killed his brother, either in a fit of rage or as a calculated decision to not allow a challenge to his authority. The exact details were probably lost in the shock and grief that followed, but the result was unmistakable. The twin who had shared everything from wolf's milk to revolution was dead by his brother's hand. The killing might have been impulsive, driven by anger and competitive pride rather than calculated malice, but intention mattered less than consequence, and the consequence was that Rome's foundation story would forever be marked by fratricide. Brother killing brother over questions of power and precedence. Romulus was left to found his city alone, carrying the weight of what he'd done along with the responsibility of leadership. He'd gotten his way about the location and the authority, but at a cost that would haunt him and define his city's character for centuries to come. Rome would grow to become the greatest city in the ancient world, the centre of an empire that stretched across continents and influenced civilization for millennia. But it would always bear the mark of its violent beginning, the knowledge that its first law had been written in a brother's blood, and its first lesson had been that power often comes through the elimination of those who challenge it. The tragic irony was that both brothers had been right about their visions for the city. Rome's success would ultimately depend on both military strength, Romulus's specialty, and commercial prosperity, Remus's preference. The city would need the defensive advantages of the Palatine Hill and the trade opportunities that connected it to the wider world. But that understanding would come later, built on the foundation of one brother's ambition and another's death. There's something particularly sobering about getting everything you thought you wanted and discovering it tastes like ashes in your mouth. Romulus stood on his chosen hill, surrounded by loyal followers and blessed by divine signs, with the authority to build whatever kind of city he could envision. He should have been triumphant. Instead, he was learning that some victories cost more than defeat ever could. The city that rose on the Palatine Hill grew with remarkable speed, as if Romulus was trying to build something large enough to contain his grief, or impressive enough to justify what he'd done to achieve it. His followers worked with the zeal of those who knew they were part of something historic, but also with the quiet efficiency of those who'd seen their leader's decisiveness and didn't want to test his patience. Rome attracted people the way successful projects always do: refugees seeking safety, traders drawn by opportunity, young men looking for adventure, and families hoping for a fresh start in a place that wasn't burdened by old grudges and established hierarchies. Romulus welcomed them all with the kind of inclusive policies that suggested he'd learned something from his brother's vision of a commercially successful city. But the rapid growth created new problems that required the kind of pragmatic solutions that don't appear in heroic songs or romantic histories. Most of the early settlers were men, which meant Rome had a promising economic future, but a questionable demographic one. You can't build a lasting civilization without families, and you can't have families without women willing to participate in the project. Romulus approached this challenge with the same systematic thinking he'd applied to bandit elimination and political revolution. He organised festivals and trade gatherings, invited neighbouring communities to participate in religious ceremonies, and generally did everything possible to create opportunities for social interaction between Rome's male-heavy population and the daughters of nearby settlements. The results were mixed. Some marriages occurred naturally through these events, creating the kind of alliances that strengthened Rome's position while addressing its population concerns. However, many neighbouring communities continued to harbour suspicions towards this rapidly expanding city due to its reputation for drawing individuals who could be described as adventurous and, less charitably, as fugitives seeking justice elsewhere. The solution Romulus eventually implemented was the kind of strategy that works in the short term, while creating long-term complications that future generations have to manage. During a particularly well-attended festival, Roman men systematically abducted women from the visiting Sabine tribe. Not random violence, but organised recruitment that Rome's leaders presented as emergency matrimony rather than kidnapping. This event, known to history as the Rape of the Sabine Women, was probably less brutal than the name suggests, but more coercive than modern sensibilities would tolerate. The Roman version emphasised that the women were treated with respect, offered genuine marriages rather than temporary arrangements, and given the opportunity to become founding mothers of a great city rather than just wives in traditional communities. Whether the Sabine women saw it that way is a question that ancient historians didn't spend much time exploring, but the practical result was that Rome acquired both the population base it needed for long-term stability and a war with the Sabine tribe that tested every military and diplomatic skill Romulus had developed. The conflict that followed demonstrated that Romulus had learned more from his grandfather Numitor than just how to overthrow tyrants. He fought when fighting was necessary, but also negotiated when negotiation offered better outcomes. Eventually the war ended not with conquest, but with integration. The Sabiners joining Rome as equal partners rather than defeated enemies, their king Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus, in an arrangement that doubled the city's population and political complexity. This integration was probably the kind of outcome that Remus would have approved of. Growth through inclusion rather than just conquest, prosperity through cooperation rather than simple domination. It suggested that Romulus had, in his own way, found room for his brother's vision within the city he'd built alone. The years that followed were marked by the kind of steady development that historians find less dramatic than wars and revolutions, but which actually determines whether civilizations thrive or merely survive. Rome grew into a genuine city with laws, institutions, and the kind of civic culture that attracts visitors and inspires imitators. It became the kind of place where people chose to live rather than just the place where they happened to end up. Romulus ruled for nearly 4 decades, long enough to see his experimental city become an established regional power. When he finally disappeared, the gods reclaiming him in a whirlwind, according to those who preferred dramatic endings, he left behind something that had grown far beyond one man's vision or ambition. Rome would continue for more than 1,000 years, growing from a single city to an empire that encompassed most of the known world. Its influence on law, language, architecture, and political thought would outlast the empire itself, shaping civilizations that arose centuries after the last Roman emperor had been forgotten. And through all of that history, Rome carried the memory of its beginning, twin brothers raised by wolves, saved by shepherds, and separated by a disagreement that ended in tragedy. It was a story that reminded every generation that greatness often comes at a price, that the most important battles are sometimes fought between people who love each other, and that cities, like people, are shaped as much by their sorrows as their triumphs. The Wolf twins had grown up to found the greatest city in the ancient world, but they'd also demonstrated that even the most extraordinary beginnings can't protect us from the ordinary tragedies that define human experience. In the end, that might be the most important lesson their story teaches. Not that we're destined for greatness, but that greatness itself is never quite what we expect it to be when we finally achieve it. Rome began with a brother's dream and a brother's death, and perhaps that's exactly the right foundation for a city that would teach the world both the possibilities and the costs of human ambition. Some stories end with everyone living happily ever after, but the best stories, the ones that stay with you long after the telling, end with the understanding that happiness and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, are often just different ways of describing the same complex experience of being human. And that really is why we still tell the story of Romulus and Remus after all these centuries. Not because it has a perfect ending, but because it has a true one. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman, sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground, and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries: private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, It was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous no taxation without representation wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world. Just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilizing mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The Empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the Empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilizing mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating two new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country, with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself. which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it, the rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realized she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. "Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world," the entry began, "as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army." Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly, like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realised he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realised I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realised that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realising it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers. Except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. "I have a confession," the entry began, "which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about." Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. "I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point," he continued, "but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge." This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. "The wisest people I know," he wrote, "are the ones who can say, 'I don't know,' without shame, and 'I might be wrong,' without fear." They're also, coincidentally, the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, "Why?" with the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers, colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair, with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. "I've started telling my students when I don't know something," one entry read, "and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own." This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The fourth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention. Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons, the idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry, one entry began, and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task. This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. These people, he wrote, are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence. Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue, he wrote, but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings. Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted, the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture, he wrote. What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days? This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still, one entry read. But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it. As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The 5th section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next, because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered, the possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else. Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. I have spent most of my life, the next entry continued, trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate? Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean Ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualizing your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. The most radical thing I can imagine, he wrote, is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be. He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. I tried an experiment today, one entry read. When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, "That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?" The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. "There is a particular kind of loneliness," he wrote, "that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others." But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me. As Sarah read these entries, she realised that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. The 6th section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it. Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion, the first entry in this section continued, but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things. This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. When I'm productively confused, he wrote, I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed. Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things, one entry read. I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. I'm beginning to think, he wrote, that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice. This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realised that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyse it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it, and that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognise a friend's face, one entry read. I know that I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems. This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. "I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention," he wrote. "When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it." As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. "The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realize how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly." The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realize now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there?" This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy rather than just theorizing about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked: the satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. "I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I'm both creating and appreciating," he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you notice something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying "I don't know" without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. These are not dramatic practices, he wrote, but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on. The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realised that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energised by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again. Let's start at the very beginning. Back when your biggest clothing decision was whether to drape that mammoth hide with the fur on the inside or outside. We're talking about roughly 170,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia, back when Fashion Week lasted about 4 seasons, literally. Your earliest ancestors had what you might call the ultimate minimalist wardrobe. Imagine waking up each morning and your only outfit choice being naked, or slightly less naked with some leaves strategically placed. It was like having a closet with just one item, and that item was whatever you could hunt, gather, or convince to stay put long enough to provide coverage. But here's where it gets interesting. Those early humans weren't just randomly throwing animal skins over their shoulders like they were playing prehistoric dress-up. They were actually solving problems. The same kind of problems you face today, just with higher stakes. Instead of, will this make me look professional in my Zoom meeting? They were dealing with, will this keep me from becoming a popsicle during the Ice Age? The first real breakthrough came when someone, let's call them the world's first fashion designer, figured out that you could actually shape these animal hides. Instead of just draping a deerskin over your shoulders like a furry cape, you could cut holes for your arms. Revolutionary stuff. This was probably the moment when clothing stopped being just about survival and started being about looking good while surviving. You can almost picture it. Some Paleolithic trendsetter walking around the camp showing off their new fitted mammoth hide jacket, while their neighbours were still wearing shapeless fur blankets. Oh, this old thing. They'd probably grunt in whatever passed for language back then. I just threw it together. It's vintage Pleistocene. The tools they used were beautifully simple. Sharp stones for cutting, bone needles for sewing. Yes, they had needles 40,000 years ago, which means they were probably dealing with the same frustrating experience of trying to thread a needle in dim light that you face today. Some things never change. But the really clever part was how they figured out different materials for different needs. Lighter skins for summer, thicker furs for winter, waterproof treatments for rainy seasons. They were essentially creating the world's first weather-appropriate wardrobes, long before anyone had invented weather forecasts to ignore. And let's not forget the accessories. Archaeological evidence shows they were making jewellery, decorative elements, even what appear to be the world's first buttons. Because apparently, even 100,000 years ago, humans looked at functional clothing and thought, this is nice, but how can we make it prettier? By the end of this era, your ancestors had essentially invented everything we still use in clothing today. Cutting, sewing, layering, accessorizing, and most importantly, the eternal human struggle of having a closet full of options and still feeling like you have nothing appropriate to wear to the clan's mammoth barbecue. Around 10,000 years ago, something remarkable happened that would forever change what you wore to bed. Humans discovered agriculture, which meant they could stop chasing their dinner around and start growing it instead. This was great news for many reasons, but particularly excellent news for your wardrobe. You see, when people settled down and started farming, they suddenly had time to think about things other than, where's my next meal coming from? Questions like, why am I wearing the same mammoth skin my great-grandfather wore? And surely there's got to be something softer than hide for undergarments? Enter plant fibres. Some brilliant early farmer looked at their fields of flax and thought, I bet I could turn this into something more comfortable than leather. And thus began humanity's long, beautiful relationship with textiles that don't require hunting large, dangerous animals. The process of turning plants into clothing was wonderfully complex and completely mind-boggling if you really think about it. Take flax, for instance. You had to harvest it, ret it, which is a fancy word for letting it rot in just the right way. Break it, scutch it, hackle it, and then finally spin it into thread. It was like the world's most complicated recipe, except instead of ending up with dinner, you ended up with linen underwear. But here's what's really charming about this period. People started specialising. Instead of everyone in the village making their own clothes, you had the person who was really good at spinning, the one who excelled at weaving, and the one who had a knack for dyeing things interesting colours. It was the beginning of the fashion industry, though they probably didn't call it that. More likely they called it, hey, can you make me something that doesn't itch? The invention of the loom was particularly revolutionary. Imagine being the first person to see fabric being created on one of these contraptions. It must have seemed like absolute magic. Threads going in one direction, threads going in the other, and somehow out comes cloth. It was like watching a 3D printer, except the technology was made of wood and required actual skill to operate. Cotton appeared on the scene around this time too, first in India and Pakistan. Cotton was like the miracle fabric of its day, softer than linen, more comfortable than wool, and it got better the more you washed it. Ancient peoples probably looked at cotton the way you look at moisture-wicking, stain-resistant, wrinkle-free fabrics today, like some kind of textile wizardry. Wool brought its own revolution. Sheep were basically walking sweater factories, and once people figured out how to shear them, hopefully without too much protest from the sheep, they had access to a renewable resource for warm, durable clothing. Plus, wool had this amazing property of keeping you warm even when wet, which made it the ancient equivalent of high-tech outdoor gear. The really interesting part of this agricultural clothing revolution was how it started creating social distinctions. The quality of your fabric began saying things about who you were. Fine linen suggested you had time and resources. Coarse wool meant you were practical and hard-working. Certain colours became associated with wealth, because the dyes were expensive or difficult to obtain. By the end of this period, you had gone from wearing whatever animal you could catch to having actual choices. Linen for hot weather, wool for cold, different weaves for different occasions. It was the birth of the seasonal wardrobe, and probably the birth of that familiar feeling of looking at your closet and sighing, I need new clothes. As civilizations began to flourish around rivers like the Nile, Euphrates and Indus, clothing stopped being just about comfort and protection, and started becoming something much more interesting. A way to show the world exactly who you thought you were. The ancient Egyptians were perhaps the world's first fashion influencers, though their Instagram would have been painted on tomb walls. They took linen, remember that plant fibre we talked about, and elevated it to an art form. Egyptian linen was so fine and well made that other civilizations literally used it as currency. Imagine paying your mortgage with bed sheets, except these bed sheets were woven so skillfully they were nearly transparent. Egyptian fashion was all about clean lines, elegant draping and accessories that would make a modern jewellery designer weep with envy. The wealthy wore linen so fine it was practically see-through, which might seem impractical until you remember they lived in a desert. Their clothing was designed to be cool, comfortable and stunning, the ancient equivalent of athleisure, if athleisure came with golden collars and enough eyeliner to supply a rock band. But here's what's really delightful about Egyptian fashion. They invented so many things we still use today. Pleating? That was them. They could create permanent pleats in linen that would last for years. Makeup as a fashion accessory? Absolutely Egyptian. Both men and women wore elaborate eye makeup, not just for beauty, but for protection from the desert sun. They basically invented sunglasses, except theirs were painted on. Meanwhile, over in Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians were having their own fashion moment. They were the first civilization to really embrace wool as a luxury item, creating incredibly elaborate garments with complex patterns and rich colours. Their clothing tended to be more structured than Egyptian fashion. Lots of layering, fringe and geometric designs that would look perfectly at home in a modern art museum. The Mesopotamians also gave us one of fashion's most enduring concepts, the idea that your clothes should match your job. Priests wore certain styles, rulers wore others, merchants had their look, and farmers had theirs. It was the beginning of dress codes, though thankfully more colourful than most modern office attire. Ancient Greece brought a completely different aesthetic to the table. Where Egyptians loved structure and Mesopotamians loved complexity, the Greeks fell in love with simplicity and the beauty of draped fabric. The chiton and himation weren't really sewn garments in the way we think of clothes today. They were essentially rectangles of fabric draped and pinned in elegant ways. Greek fashion was remarkably democratic, at least in terms of basic construction. Rich and poor wore essentially the same styles. The difference was in the quality of the fabric and the fineness of the weave. A wealthy Greek might wear a chiton made of the finest imported silk, while a farmer wore one made of rough wool, but the basic shape was the same. The Romans, never ones to let the Greeks outdo them in anything, took Greek fashion and made it more Roman, which is to say, more elaborate, more colourful, and with better marketing. The toga became the ultimate status symbol, though anyone who's ever tried to wear a bedsheet as clothing can appreciate what a feat it was to wear one with dignity. Roman fashion gave us the concept of seasonal collections, though they didn't call them that. They had different weights and styles for different times of year, different colours for different occasions, and an elaborate system of accessories that could take hours to put on properly. Getting dressed as a wealthy Roman was basically a full-time job. But perhaps the most important contribution of these ancient civilizations was the idea that clothing could be beautiful for its own sake. It didn't just have to keep you warm or cool or modest, it could be art that you wore. This was the beginning of fashion as we know it today, the moment when humans looked at perfectly functional clothing and asked, but is it fabulous? If you think getting dressed for work is complicated now, be grateful you weren't born into medieval nobility. The Middle Ages turned clothing into something resembling an engineering project, complete with structural supports, complex layering systems, and enough fabric to upholster a small castle. The medieval period began around 500 CE with what you might charitably call simple clothing. After the fall of Rome, fashion became much more practical. People wore basic tunics, simple dresses, and sturdy cloaks. It was the clothing equivalent of comfort food. Nothing fancy, but it got the job done. But as the centuries progressed and society became more structured, clothing became more structured too. By the High Middle Ages, getting dressed, especially if you were wealthy, required assistance, planning, and occasionally architectural knowledge. Let's start with the undergarments, because medieval people were surprisingly sophisticated about what went underneath. Women wore linen chemises that served as both underwear and protection for their expensive outer garments. Men wore brays, which were essentially linen shorts tied at the waist. These weren't just practical, they were essential, because medieval wool could be remarkably itchy. The layering system that developed during this period was like wearing your entire closet at once. Women might wear a chemise, then a tunic, then a surcoat, then a cloak, each layer serving a specific purpose. It was practical for the climate, certainly, but it also created endless opportunities for showing off different fabrics, colours and trims. Medieval fashion gave us some of the most impractical but gorgeous clothing innovations in history. Take the hennin, those tall pointed headdresses that look like traffic cones decorated by angels. They could be several feet tall and required careful navigation through doorways. Imagine trying to get into a car while wearing one. Actually, don't imagine that, it's too disturbing. The wealthy medieval Europeans were obsessed with sleeves. Not just any sleeves, but sleeves that defied logic and occasionally gravity. Some were so long they dragged on the ground. Others were so wide you could hide a small child in them. There were detachable sleeves, slashed sleeves that showed contrasting fabric underneath, and sleeves with so many buttons that getting dressed must have felt like assembling furniture. But here's what's really interesting about medieval fashion. It was incredibly regulated. Sumptuary laws dictated who could wear what colours, which fabrics, how much fur, even how long your shoes could be. Purple was reserved for royalty, certain furs were forbidden to merchants, and the length of your pointed shoes was directly proportional to your social status. These laws existed partly for economic reasons, keeping people from bankrupting themselves on clothing, but mostly to maintain social order. Your outfit was essentially your ID card. announcing your place in society to everyone you met. It was like wearing your LinkedIn profile, except more colourful and with better accessories. The medieval period also gave us some of fashion's most enduring mysteries, like the coat hardie, which fashion historians still can't quite figure out how to put on. The instructions have been lost to time, leaving modern costume designers to basically guess how these garments worked. It's like finding a recipe that just says, assemble ingredients fashionably. Trade during this period brought new fabrics and ideas from across the known world. Silk from Asia, fine wools from England, exotic dyes from everywhere in between. Medieval fashion was surprisingly international, though it travelled at the speed of horses and sailing ships rather than social media. By the end of the Middle Ages, clothing had become incredibly sophisticated. The fit was precise, the construction was complex, and the social meanings were elaborate. It was the foundation for everything that would come next. Though thankfully, later periods would be less interested in requiring engineering degrees to get dressed in the morning. The Renaissance didn't just give us incredible art, groundbreaking science, and revolutionary literature. It also gave us the idea that getting dressed in the morning should be a creative act worthy of Michelangelo himself. Starting around the 14th century in Italy and spreading across Europe like the world's most fashionable virus, the Renaissance brought a completely new attitude to clothing. Where medieval fashion had been about showing your place in the rigid social hierarchy, Renaissance fashion was about showing your wealth, your taste, your education, and your ability to afford really excellent tailors. The Italians led the charge, as they did with most Renaissance innovations. Italian city-states like Florence and Venice became fashion capitals, producing silks so luxurious that other Europeans would travel hundreds of miles just to shop. Italian fashion during this period was like wearing liquid sunlight, everything flowing, gleaming, and ridiculously beautiful. But it was the invention of new tailoring techniques that really revolutionized Renaissance clothing. Medieval garments had been relatively loose and flowing. Renaissance fashion introduced the revolutionary concept of clothes that actually fit your body. This required much more sophisticated pattern making, cutting, and sewing. Essentially, it required the invention of tailoring as we know it today. The doublet became the foundation of men's fashion, and it was a masterpiece of engineering disguised as clothing. A good doublet required dozens of pieces, careful padding to create the ideal masculine silhouette, and enough buttons to keep a small factory in business. Men's legs were covered in hose that fit like a second skin, which meant Renaissance men were probably in better shape than most modern gym enthusiasts, simply out of necessity. Women's fashion during the Renaissance was equally complex but in different ways. The gowns required internal structures that were basically wearable architecture. Farthingales created bell-shaped skirts that could span several feet in diameter. Corsets shaped the torso into the fashionable silhouette. Ruffs framed the face like fabric flowers. Getting dressed was like putting on a building. But here's what's really remarkable about Renaissance fashion: the sheer creativity and artistry involved. Fabrics were works of art in themselves, brocades with gold thread, velvets with cut patterns, silks with intricate designs. Garments were slashed to show contrasting fabrics underneath, creating patterns that changed as the wearer moved. It was like wearing a kaleidoscope. The Renaissance also gave us fashion's relationship with celebrity culture. What the nobility wore mattered enormously, and news of the latest court fashions spread across Europe through detailed letters and prints. When Henry VIII decided to favour a particular style of hat makers across England suddenly got very busy. It was the 16th century equivalent of a red carpet fashion moment going viral. Colour became incredibly important during this period, partly because new dyes and techniques made a wider range of colours available, but also because different colours carried complex meanings. Red suggested wealth and power. Blue was associated with loyalty and virtue. Black became fashionable as the ultimate luxury colour because it was incredibly difficult to achieve a deep, rich black that wouldn't fade. The Renaissance also saw the rise of fashion as an international language. Styles spread from court to court, country to country, creating the first truly European fashion trends. A dress style that started in the Spanish court might appear in modified form in the French court 6 months later, then influence English fashion the following season. Perhaps most importantly, the Renaissance established the idea that fashion could be an art form in itself. Clothing wasn't just functional or even just beautiful. It could be creative, innovative, expressive. It could make statements about the wearer's values, education, and aesthetic sensibilities. This period laid the groundwork for everything that would follow in fashion history. The concept of seasonal changes, the importance of fit, the the role of celebrity influence, the internationalization of style, all of these started during the Renaissance when Europeans decided that life was too short for boring clothes. As we move into the 1600s and 1700s, fashion entered what we might call its more is more phase. If Renaissance clothing was like wearing art, Baroque and Rococo fashion was like wearing an entire art museum, complete with guided tours and gift shop. The 17th century started with what fashion historians politely call elaborate clothing, but which anyone with modern sensibilities would recognise as completely over the top. Men wore doublets with so much padding they looked like they were wearing life preservers. Women's skirts became so wide that doorways had to be navigated sideways. It was the period when fashion designers apparently looked at practical clothing and asked, but how can we make this much more complicated? The court of Louis XIV at Versailles became the epicentre of European fashion, and Louis took the job seriously. He understood that fashion was politics, and he used clothing as a tool of power. The more elaborate and expensive your outfit, the higher your status at court. It was like a very expensive, very beautiful arms race. Except instead of weapons, people were competing with embroidered silk and precious gems. Men's fashion during this period was particularly fascinating because it was so unapologetically decorative. Men wore silk stockings, high-heeled shoes, yes, high heels were originally for men, elaborate wigs, and enough lace to stock a bridal shop. The modern idea that men's clothing should be simple and understated would have baffled a 17th century gentleman who saw his outfit as a canvas for artistic expression. The periwig, or powdered wig, became the ultimate status symbol for men. These weren't just hairpieces. They were architectural marvels that could cost as much as a house and required daily maintenance by skilled professionals. Wealthy men would own multiple wigs for different occasions, like a very expensive hat collection that happened to be made of human hair. Women's fashion reached new heights of complexity during the Rococo period of the 18th century. The panniers, side hoops that made skirts extend horizontally, created silhouettes so wide that two women couldn't walk through a doorway at the same time. Court dresses required so much fabric that they were essentially wearable buildings, complete with structural engineering to keep everything upright. But the real showstopper was the hair. 18th century hairstyling was like topiary gardening, except on people's heads. Women's hairstyles could be several feet tall, decorated with ribbons, flowers, feathers, and sometimes entire miniature scenes. There are historical accounts of hairstyles that included model ships, miniature gardens, and even small cages with live birds. The cosmetics of this period were equally dramatic. Both men and women wore white face powder made from lead, which was probably not great for their health. Bright red rouge and beauty patches, small pieces of silk or velvet cut into shapes like stars or crescents and glued to the face. It was like wearing stickers, if stickers were considered the height of sophistication. The 18th century also saw the rise of fashion magazines and fashion dolls, small dolls dressed in the latest styles that were sent between fashion capitals to spread new trends. These were the ancestors of modern fashion photography and social media influencers, though considerably smaller and requiring more delicate shipping arrangements. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of the 18th century fashion was how it reflected the philosophy of the time. The elaborate decoration, the emphasis on artifice over nature, the celebration of luxury and refinement, all of this reflected Enlightenment ideas about civilization, progress, and the power of human creativity to improve upon nature. Of course, all this fashion came with a price, both literally and figuratively. The cost of maintaining an 18th century wardrobe was astronomical, and the time required for dressing and grooming could take hours. Wealthy people essentially needed staff just to get dressed in the morning. By the end of the 18th century, this elaborate system was beginning to crack. The French Revolution put a sudden and violent end to the most extreme court fashions, and a new philosophy was emerging that valued simplicity, naturalness, and practicality over elaborate artifice. But before we move on to that revolutionary change, take a moment to appreciate the sheer audacity of the 18th century fashion. It was clothing that announced loudly and proudly that the wearer had so much money and leisure time that they could afford to dress like a walking work of art, even if it meant they couldn't sit down properly or fit through doorways. The late 18th and early 19th centuries brought political revolution across Europe and America, and fashion revolutions followed close behind. It was the period when people looked at those elaborate 18th century court costumes and said, you know what? Maybe wearing a small building on my head isn't the best way to show I'm in touch with the people. The French Revolution of 1789 didn't just change government, it completely transformed what people wore. It was the ultimate fashion do-over, motivated by actual fear for your life. The revolutionary period introduced what we might call democracy dress. Simpler, more practical clothing that suggested you were a hard-working citizen rather than a parasitic aristocrat. The sans-culotte, literally without knee breeches, got their name from rejecting the silk knee breeches worn by the upper classes in favour of practical long trousers. It was the first time in European history that pants became a political statement. Women's fashion underwent an equally dramatic transformation. The enormous panniers and elaborate hairstyles disappeared almost overnight, replaced by simple white muslin dresses inspired by classical Greek and Roman clothing. The empire waistline, which sat just below the bust, became fashionable, creating a silhouette that was both elegant and practical. This neoclassical style wasn't just about looking good, it was about embodying Enlightenment values. The simple, flowing lines were supposed to suggest virtue, reason, and natural beauty. Everything the old aristocratic style was not. It was like wearing your political philosophy. Napoleon Bonaparte, never one to miss an opportunity for drama, turned fashion into a tool of empire building. He established a court at the Tuileries that was almost as elaborate as the old royal court, but with better marketing. Napoleonic fashion was designed to suggest both luxury and military efficiency. Think Roman emperor meets modern general. The Empire period gave us some of fashion's most enduring silhouettes. The high-waisted dress became a classic that would return again and again in later decades. The military influence in men's fashion, all those brass buttons, frogging and structured shoulders, established a template for masculine dress that we still see today in everything from military uniforms to business suits. But perhaps the most interesting development of this period was how fashion became international in a completely new way. Napoleon's conquests spread French fashion across Europe, but also brought new influences back to Paris. Spanish mantillas, Russian furs, Egyptian motifs, after Napoleon's campaigns there. European fashion became a fusion cuisine of styles from across the continent and beyond. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to change how clothes were made too. While most garments were still hand-sewn, new machines could produce fabrics faster and more cheaply than ever before. Cotton, in particular, became much more affordable and available, democratizing fashion in ways that would have been impossible in earlier centuries. This period also saw the rise of the fashion press as we know it today. Fashion magazines like Journal des Dames et des Modes provided detailed illustrations and descriptions of the latest styles, spreading fashion trends faster than ever before. It was the beginning of fashion media, though their Instagram followers were measured in hundreds rather than millions. The Romantic movement that emerged in the early 19th century brought yet another fashion revolution. Where neoclassical style had been about reason and simplicity, Romantic fashion celebrated emotion, individualism, and dramatic effect. Sleeves got bigger, skirts got fuller, and everything got more decorative. By the 1820s and 1830s, women's fashion had swung back toward complexity, though in new ways. The crinoline, a structured underskirt that created a bell-shaped silhouette, was the great innovation of the period. It was like wearing a small tent, but an incredibly fashionable tent that allowed women to move more freely than the restrictive clothing of earlier periods. This revolutionary period established many of the principles that would guide fashion for the next century. The idea that clothing should reflect contemporary values, that fashion could be both beautiful and practical, and that style should be accessible to more than just the wealthy elite. It was the beginning of modern fashion as we know it today, even if the clothes themselves look pretty foreign to modern eyes. The Victorian era, roughly 1837 to 1901, was like fashion's adolescent phase. Everything was dramatic, complicated, and slightly embarrassing in retrospect, but also kind of impressive in its sheer ambition. Queen Victoria's reign coincided with the Industrial Revolution hitting its stride, which meant that for the first time in human history, the middle class could afford to dress almost as elaborately as the wealthy. This was wonderful news for textile manufacturers and absolutely terrible news for anyone who valued simplicity in clothing. The Victorian silhouette for women was essentially an exercise in architectural engineering. The goal was to create an hourglass figure so dramatic that it defied anatomy. This required corsets that could literally reshape the human torso, bustles that could support several yards of fabric, and an undergarment system so complex it came with its own instruction manual. The crinoline reached its peak during this period, creating skirts that could measure up to 6 feet in diameter. Imagine trying to navigate a Victorian parlour, wearing what was essentially a fabric geodesic dome around your waist. Doorways became tactical challenges. Sitting required careful planning. Getting into a carriage was like solving a geometry problem. But here's what's really remarkable about Victorian fashion: the sheer amount of work that went into every garment. A typical Victorian dress might have hundreds of buttons, miles of trim, intricate pleating, elaborate embroidery, and enough fabric to upholster several chairs. Each dress was essentially a masterpiece of textile craftsmanship, even if the overall effect was sometimes like wearing a curtain from a very expensive hotel. Men's fashion during the Victorian era was more restrained but equally complex in its own way. The modern business suit was invented during this period, though Victorian men's suits had more pieces than a Swiss watch. There were different coats for different times of day, different trousers for different occasions, and enough accessories to stock a small store. The Victorian obsession with propriety meant that clothing had to cover everything. Women's dresses had sleeves that covered the arms completely, skirts that touched the ground, and necklines that barely showed the collarbone. The amount of skin showing in proper Victorian dress was roughly equivalent to what you might see in a modern business meeting, except with more fabric and better posture. But the Victorians also invented the concept of specialised clothing for specific activities. Before this period, you basically had everyday clothes and fancy clothes. The Victorians created riding habits for horseback riding, walking dresses for afternoon strolls, tea gowns for informal entertaining, and ball gowns for formal occasions. They essentially invented the modern concept of having different outfits for different parts of your life. The Industrial Revolution made all of this possible by creating new fabrics, new dyes, and new manufacturing techniques. Aniline dyes produced colours that were brighter and more stable than anything previously available. The sewing machine, invented in the 1840s, revolutionised garment construction. Ready-to-wear clothing began to appear in stores, though it was still considered inferior to custom-made garments. Children's fashion during the Victorian era deserves special mention because it was particularly elaborate and often fairly impractical. Victorian children were essentially dressed as miniature adults, complete with all the restrictive undergarments and complex layering systems. Little girls wore corsets, little boys wore elaborate suits with knee breeches, and everyone wore clothing that would make modern parents weep at the laundry implications. The Victorian era also gave us the concept of mourning dress, elaborate rules about what to wear and for how long after someone died. Queen Victoria herself, after the death of Prince Albert in 1861, wore mourning dress for the rest of her life, which was another 40 years. The fashion industry essentially created a whole subcategory of clothing for grief, complete with degrees of mourning that determined how much black you had to wear and when you could start adding other colours back into your wardrobe. By the end of the Victorian era, fashion had reached a level of complexity that was becoming unsustainable. Getting dressed took hours. Maintaining a proper wardrobe required significant staff. The physical restrictions of the clothing were beginning to conflict with new ideas about women's roles and activities. The stage was set for a fashion revolution that would sweep away much of this elaborate system and replace it with something more practical, more modern, and significantly easier to put on in the morning. But before that happened, the Victorian era gave us some of fashion's most memorable and most photographed moments, even if many of those photographs required the subjects to stand very still for very long periods of time. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century began, fashion underwent one of its most dramatic transformations. It was as if the entire industry looked at Victorian clothing and collectively asked, but what if we could actually move while wearing our clothes? The changes began gradually in the 1890s with what was called the New Woman movement. These were women who wanted to ride bicycles, play tennis, work outside the home, and generally participate in life without requiring architectural support garments. The fashion industry, sensing an opportunity, began creating clothes that acknowledged that women might want to use their bodies for something other than standing gracefully in parlours. The S-curve corset became popular in the early 1900s, which created a silhouette that thrust the chest forward and the hips back. While this might not sound like progress, it actually represented a move away from the tightest waist restriction of the Victorian era. It was like fashion's version of glasnost, a gradual loosening of restrictions. Paul Poiret, a French designer, became the revolutionary leader of fashion liberation. In 1906, he introduced designs that completely eliminated the corset, replacing the structured Victorian silhouette with flowing columnar dresses inspired by ancient Greece and the Orient. It was as if he took a pair of scissors to 100 years of fashion tradition and said, let's start over. Poiret's designs were radical for their time. High waistlines, narrow skirts, and no corsets. Women could actually breathe while wearing them, which was a refreshing change from Victorian dress. His Oriental-inspired designs, with their rich colours and exotic patterns, introduced European women to a completely different aesthetic philosophy. The hobble skirt, one of Poiret's most famous innovations, was both liberating and restricting at the same time. While it freed women from corsets and crinolines, it was so narrow at the ankles that walking required small, careful steps. It was like trading one set of restrictions for another, but at least the new restrictions didn't require structural engineering. World War I accelerated these fashion changes dramatically. With men away at war and women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers, practical clothing became a necessity rather than a choice. The elaborate, time-consuming dress of the pre-war period was simply incompatible with working in factories, driving ambulances, or managing businesses. Hemlines began to rise, first just enough to show the ankle, then gradually higher. This might seem like a small change, but it was revolutionary. For the first time in Western fashion since ancient Greece, women's legs became visible in public. It was a seismic shift in social norms disguised as a fashion trend. The war also changed men's fashion, though more subtly. Military uniforms influenced civilian clothing, making men's suits more structured and functional. The three-piece suit became standardized during this period, establishing a template for men's business dress that would last for decades. Hair became shorter and simpler. The elaborate hairstyles of the Victorian era, which required hours of maintenance and multiple hairpieces, were replaced by more manageable styles. This was partly practical. Shorter hair was easier to maintain while working in factories or hospitals, but it was also symbolic of women's changing roles in society. The introduction of new synthetic fabrics during this period also revolutionized what people could wear. Rayon, the first commercially successful synthetic fiber, was developed in the early 1900s. While it wasn't perfect, early rayon had a tendency to shrink dramatically when washed. It offered an affordable alternative to silk and opened up new possibilities for garment design. By 1910, fashion magazines were already predicting that the new century would bring clothing that was more practical, more comfortable, and more suited to active lifestyles. They had no idea how right they were, or how dramatically the next decade would accelerate these changes. The period just before World War I represented a fascinating transition moment in fashion history. You could see both the old and the new existing simultaneously. Elaborate Edwardian gowns sharing space with Poiret's revolutionary designs, corseted ladies walking alongside the first women to embrace the new, natural silhouette. It was like watching fashion hold its breath before taking a giant leap into modernity. The restrictive, elaborate clothing of the past was still beautiful, still masterfully crafted, but it was beginning to look like a museum piece even as people were still wearing it. If the 1910s were about gradual liberation, the 1920s were about fashion doing the Charleston while wearing a headband and shouting "freedom" at the top of its lungs. The decade didn't just change what people wore, it completely revolutionized the relationship between clothing and identity. The flapper dress was the decade's signature achievement, and it was basically everything Victorian clothing wasn't. Short, straight, and shockingly simple, it hung loosely from the shoulders and ended daringly at the knee or even higher. Victorian ladies would have needed smelling salts just looking at it, which was precisely the point. What made the flapper dress so revolutionary wasn't just how it looked, but what it allowed women to do. You could dance in it, really dance, with energetic movements and spins. You could drive a car without your skirt getting caught in the door. You could cross your legs while sitting. These might seem like small freedoms, but they represented a complete transformation in how women could move through the world. The dropped waistline of 1920s dresses created a completely new silhouette that de-emphasized the female form in ways that would have shocked previous generations. Where Victorian fashion had been obsessed with creating an exaggerated hourglass figure, 1920s fashion celebrated a more boyish, androgynous look. It was as if fashion decided that women's bodies didn't need to be architectural projects after all. Hair got even shorter with the bob cut, which caused genuine social controversy. Women were literally receiving death threats for cutting their hair short. Imagine that. Getting violent mail because of your haircut. But the bob was more than just a hairstyle. It was a declaration of independence from the time-consuming beauty routines that had kept women tethered to their vanity tables for hours each day. Men's fashion during the 1920s became more relaxed and varied, though it was still more formal than what we consider normal today. The three-piece suit remained standard, but new fabrics and cuts made it more comfortable and practical. +4s for golf, sweater vests for casual wear, and the introduction of sportswear began to give men more options for different occasions. The 1920s also saw the rise of ready-to-wear fashion, becoming truly mainstream. Department stores expanded their clothing sections, and for the first time, middle-class people could buy fashionable clothing off the rack rather than having everything custom-made. It was the democratization of fashion, though the truly wealthy still preferred their bespoke tailors. Coco Chanel emerged as one of the decade's most influential designers, and her philosophy was revolutionary. Fashion should be comfortable, practical and elegant all at the same time. She introduced the concept of casual chic, the idea that you could look sophisticated while wearing simple, well-cut clothing. Her little black dress, introduced in 1926, was like fashion's version of the Model T Ford. Simple, elegant and versatile enough to be appropriate for almost any occasion. Chanel also liberated women from the tyranny of decorative accessories. Where Victorian fashion had required elaborate jewellery, hair ornaments and trim, Chanel's designs were based on the radical idea that sometimes less really was more. She made simplicity sophisticated, which was perhaps the decade's greatest fashion innovation. The influence of jazz music on fashion can't be overstated. The energetic, improvisational nature of jazz translated directly into clothing that moved with the body, sparkled under dance hall lights, and celebrated individual expression over conformity. Fashion became performative in a completely new way. Clothes were designed to look good in motion, not just in formal portraits. Evening wear during the 1920s was particularly spectacular. Beaded dresses that caught and reflected light, fringe that moved with every step, and metallic fabrics that turned the wearer into a walking disco ball. It was fashion designed for artificial lighting and energetic dancing, the first truly modern party clothes. The decade also introduced the concept of fashion seasons as we know them today. Magazines began showing spring collections and fall collections, and the idea that your wardrobe should change with the calendar became entrenched. It was the beginning of planned obsolescence in fashion. The idea that last season's clothes were somehow inadequate for this season's activities. By the end of the 1920s, fashion had been completely transformed. The elaborate, restrictive clothing of the Victorian era looked as foreign as medieval armour. Women had gained the freedom to move, dance, work and play in ways that their grandmothers never could have imagined. But the party couldn't last forever. The stock market crash of 1929 was about to change everything, including what people wore and how they thought about fashion. The carefree extravagance of the 1920s was about to run headlong into the practical realities of economic depression. The Great Depression hit fashion like a bucket of cold water thrown on a very fashionable party. Suddenly, the carefree extravagance of the 1920s seemed not just outdated, but almost offensive. The new motto became, make it last, make it count, and make it work for everything. The 1930s ushered in what we might call elegant practicality. Designers had to create clothing that was beautiful enough to maintain morale during difficult times, but practical enough to be worn for years without replacement. It was like solving a very sophisticated math problem where the variables were style, durability and budget. Hemlines dropped back down to mid-calf, partly for modesty but mostly because longer skirts meant more fabric, which meant the garment would last longer and provide better value. The silhouette became more fitted and feminine again, but in a sleeker, more streamlined way than the Victorian era. It was as if fashion had learned to be curvaceous without being cumbersome. The bias cut became the signature technique of the decade, thanks largely to designer Madeleine Vionnet. Cutting fabric on the bias, at a 45-degree angle to the grain, created garments that draped beautifully and moved with the body, using the fabric's natural stretch rather than fighting against it. It was an ingenious solution that created elegant, figure-flattering clothes without requiring elaborate construction or expensive materials. Hollywood became a major influence on fashion during this period, partly because movies provided an escape from economic hardship, but also because film stars had the resources to wear beautiful clothes when most people couldn't afford them. Magazines featured pages of Hollywood style on a depression budget, showing readers how to achieve movie star glamour with ingenuity and thrift. The concept of separates became popular during the 1930s. Blouses, skirts and jackets that could be mixed and matched to create different outfits from fewer pieces. It was the beginning of the modern concept of a wardrobe, as a coordinated system rather than a collection of individual dresses. You could buy one skirt and 3 blouses and suddenly have multiple outfits, which was revolutionary for people on tight budgets. Daywear became more casual and practical. Shirtwaist dresses, essentially button-up shirts extended into dress length, became a staple because they were comfortable, easy to launder, and appropriate for both work and casual social occasions. It was clothing designed for real life rather than for making fashion statements. Then came World War II, and fashion faced challenges that made the Depression look like a minor budget adjustment. Rationing affected everything: fabric, leather, metal for buttons and zippers, even elastic. The fashion industry had to completely reimagine what clothing could be when you couldn't get the materials you needed. The utility clothing program in Britain and similar initiatives in other countries created standardized designs that used minimal materials while still being attractive and functional. It was fashion by committee, designed by government regulations, but somehow it worked. The clothes were simple, well-cut and practical, the fashion equivalent of wartime efficiency. Hemlines rose again during the war, but this time it wasn't about freedom or rebellion. It was about fabric conservation. Every inch of fabric saved was fabric that could be used for military purposes. Women's skirts became shorter and narrower, not as a fashion statement, but as a patriotic duty. The make-do and mend philosophy became a virtue rather than a necessity. Fashion magazines published articles on how to refresh old clothes, how to make children's clothes from adult garments that were too worn to repair, and how to create accessories from household items. Creativity became more valuable than money in fashion for perhaps the first time in history. Women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers needed clothes that could handle factory work, driving trucks, and operating machinery. This led to the widespread adoption of trousers for women, not as a fashion choice but as a practical necessity. Rosie the Riveter's uniform of practical pants and sensible shirts became an icon not just of women's capabilities, but of fashion's ability to adapt to changing social needs. Men's fashion was similarly affected by wartime needs. Civilian suits were simplified, no trouser cuffs, fewer pockets, narrower lapels to conserve fabric. The victory suit became a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, proving that even fashion could contribute to the war effort. But perhaps the most important development of this period was the psychological role that fashion played. During the darkest times of economic depression and global war, people still cared about looking good. Fashion became a form of resistance against despair, a way of maintaining dignity and hope when everything else was falling apart. The period also saw the rise of American fashion as a force independent of European influence. With Paris under German occupation, American designers had to develop their own aesthetic rather than copying French couture. This led to a distinctly American style that was more practical, more casual, and more democratic than traditional European fashion. By the mid-1940s, fashion had been tested by economic catastrophe and global war, and it had survived by becoming more practical, more creative, and more attuned to real people's needs. The stage was set for the post-war fashion explosion that would celebrate both the return of prosperity and the lessons learned during the lean years. In 1947, after years of fabric rationing, utility clothing, and making do with less, Christian Dior unveiled his new look, and fashion essentially fainted from sheer relief. Here finally was clothing that celebrated abundance, femininity, and the return of peacetime prosperity. The new look was everything wartime fashion wasn't. Full skirts that used yards and yards of fabric, tiny cinched waists that required foundational undergarments, and a silhouette that was unabashedly feminine and decorative. It was like fashion had been holding its breath for 6 years and finally exhaled in a whoosh of silk and satin. The reaction was immediate and intense. Women who had spent years in practical, simplified clothing fell in love with the romantic femininity of Dior's designs. But there was also controversy. Critics argued that the new look was a step backward for women's liberation, forcing them back into restrictive, impractical clothing just when they had proven they could do anything men could do. But the new look succeeded because it wasn't really about going backward. It was about having choices again. After years of being told what they couldn't wear due to rationing and wartime restrictions, women could choose to wear full skirts and fitted bodices if they wanted to. The key word was choose. The 1950s became the decade of the suburban dream, and fashion reflected this new lifestyle. Daywear was practical but pretty. Shirtwaist dresses, cardigans, and circle skirts that were perfect for driving to the grocery store, hosting coffee mornings, and chasing children around backyards. It was domestic fashion, but domestic with style. Evening wear during the 1950s was pure fantasy. Ball gowns with massive skirts that required crinolines or even small hoops, fitted bodices that showed off tiny waists, and enough fabric to upholster a sofa. It was clothing designed for a society that wanted to celebrate prosperity and femininity after years of austerity. The concept of teenage fashion emerged during this decade, driven by post-war prosperity and the new phenomenon of teenagers having their own spending money. For the first time in fashion history, Young people had their own distinct style rather than just wearing simplified versions of adult clothing. Poodle skirts, saddle shoes, and letter sweaters became the uniform of American youth. Men's fashion during the 1950s was characterised by what we might call confident conformity. The grey flannel suit became the uniform of the suburban businessman, but it was worn with a confidence that reflected post-war optimism. Casual wear became more important as suburbs created more opportunities for relaxed socialising. Barbecues, lawn parties, and family gatherings that required clothing that was nice but not formal. The influence of Hollywood continued to grow during this period, but now it was supplemented by the new medium of television. Fashion became more immediately accessible as people could see the latest styles every week in their living rooms. TV stars influenced fashion in ways that movie stars never could because they appeared more regularly and seemed more accessible. Ready-to-wear fashion came into its own during the 1950s. Department stores expanded their fashion offerings, and the quality of mass-produced clothing improved dramatically. For the first time, you could buy clothes off the rack that were almost as well made as custom garments, and significantly less expensive. The decade also saw the beginning of fashion's relationship with technology. New synthetic fabrics like nylon, polyester, and acrylic offered properties that natural fibres couldn't match. Wrinkle resistance, easy care, and durability. The wash-and-wear garment became the holy grail of 1950s fashion, promising busy housewives that they could look good without spending hours on clothing maintenance. Youth culture began to challenge the adult fashion establishment during this period. The greaser style for young men, leather jackets, white t-shirts and jeans, was specifically designed to shock adults and declare independence from their values. It was the beginning of fashion as generational rebellion, a theme that would become central to fashion for decades to come. By the end of the 1950s, fashion had established many of the patterns that would define modern clothing. The importance of youth markets, the role of celebrity influence, the democratization of style through ready-to-wear, and the constant tension between practicality and fantasy. All of these became permanent features of the fashion landscape. But beneath the surface of 1950s conformity and prosperity, changes were brewing. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum. Women were beginning to question their prescribed roles, and young people were starting to challenge authority in ways that their clothing choices reflected. The stage was set for the fashion revolution of the 1960s. The 1960s didn't just change fashion, it grabbed fashion by the shoulders, spun it around 3 times, and sent it dancing off in directions nobody had ever imagined. It was the decade when fashion stopped being something that happened to you and became something you used to express exactly who you were, or at least who you wanted to be. The decade started innocently enough. Jackie Kennedy became First Lady in 1961, and her elegant, sophisticated style set the tone for early 1960s fashion. The pillbox hat, A-line dresses, and understated elegance of the Jackie look represented a refined evolution of 1950s style. It was fashion for grown-ups who wanted to look modern but not revolutionary. But then came the youth explosion. The baby boomers were reaching their teens and 20s, and they had money, attitudes, and absolutely no interest in dressing like their parents. Fashion suddenly had to serve 2 completely different markets: the adults who wanted sophisticated elegance, and the young people who wanted something entirely new. Mary Quant in London created the miniskirt around 1965, and it was like dropping a fashion bomb. Hemlines that had been creeping up gradually throughout the early 1960s suddenly jumped to mid-thigh, creating a silhouette that was shocking, liberating, and completely different from anything women had worn before. It wasn't just shorter. It was a completely different philosophy of what women's clothing could be. The miniskirt represented more than just a fashion choice. It was a declaration of independence. Young women were rejecting the idea that their clothing should be modest, practical, and approved by their elders. They wanted fashion that was fun, sexy, and expressive of their own values, rather than society's expectations. London became the fashion capital of the world for young people, overtaking Paris for the first time in centuries. Carnaby Street and the King's Road became pilgrimage destinations for anyone who wanted to be fashionable. British designers like Mary Quant, Twiggy, who was both model and designer, and later Zandra Rhodes created a distinctly British aesthetic that was playful, irreverent, and completely modern. The shift dress became the decade's signature garment, simple, straight, and perfect, for showing off legs in the new shorter lengths. It was the opposite of the fitted, structured dresses of the 1950s, where 1950s fashion had emphasised the waist and hips. 1960s fashion ignored traditional body shaping altogether in favour of a more geometric architectural approach. Mod fashion brought us geometric patterns, bold colours, and a futuristic aesthetic that seemed to come from another planet. Op art patterns that created optical illusions when the wearer moved, space-age silver and white colour schemes, and designs that looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie. Fashion became experimental in ways it had never been before. The influence of youth culture created entirely new categories of clothing. The poor boy sweater, go-go boots, and peasant dresses were all designed specifically for young people, rather than being adaptations of adult styles. It was the first time in fashion history that adults started copying young people's clothing rather than the other way around. Men's fashion underwent its own revolution during the 1960s. The conservative business suit remained standard for work, but casual wear became much more adventurous. The Peacock Revolution brought bright colours, bold patterns, and more fitted silhouettes to men's clothing. Hair got longer, pants got tighter, and for the first time since the 18th century, men's fashion became unabashedly decorative. The hippie movement that emerged in the mid to late 1960s brought yet another fashion revolution. Where mod fashion had been about the future, hippie fashion looked to the past and to other cultures for inspiration. Indian prints, peasant dresses, fringe, embroidery, and natural fabrics created a bohemian aesthetic that rejected both mainstream fashion and the space-age futurism of mod style. Hippie fashion also introduced the concept of vintage and second-hand clothing as fashion choices rather than economic necessities. Shopping at thrift stores and wearing your grandmother's clothes became ways of rejecting consumer culture, while creating individual style. It was fashion as philosophy, not just appearance. The decade also saw the rise of fashion as political statement. The miniskirt was feminist for some women and anti-feminist for others. Long hair on men was a rejection of military and corporate values. Dashikis and afros became expressions of black pride and cultural identity. What you wore became a way of announcing your politics to the world. Unisex fashion emerged as gender roles began to be questioned. The same jeans, t-shirts and work shirts could be worn by men or women, creating a shared fashion vocabulary that had never existed before. It was the beginning of the breakdown of strict gender distinctions in clothing that continues today. By 1970, fashion had been completely transformed. The idea that there was one correct way to dress for your age, class and gender had been shattered. Personal expression had become more important than social conformity. Fashion had become democratic, diverse and individual in ways that would have been impossible just 10 years earlier. If the 1960s had been about breaking the rules, the 1970s were about celebrating the fact that there were no rules left to break. Fashion entered its most experimental, diverse and frankly weird decade, where you could dress like a Victorian Gothic romantic, a disco dancing queen, or a back-to-the-land hippie, and all three looks were equally fashionable. The decade started with hippie fashion still going strong, but it quickly evolved into something more sophisticated and wearable. The peasant dress became the maxi dress, flowing and romantic but made in beautiful fabrics and elegant cuts. It was hippie philosophy dressed up for dinner parties. Bohemian style during the 1970s wasn't just about rejecting mainstream fashion, it was about creating an entirely alternative aesthetic. Flowing fabrics, earth tones, natural fibres, and handcrafted details created a look that celebrated individuality and artistic sensibility. It was fashion for people who saw themselves as creative souls rather than consumers. But the 1970s also gave us disco fashion, which was bohemian's glittery party-loving cousin. Metallics, sequins, tight pants, and shirts with enormous collars created a look that was specifically designed for dancing under flashing lights. Disco fashion was about transformation, putting on your sparkly clothes and becoming someone more glamorous, more exciting, more alive. The decade's silhouettes were revolutionary in their diversity. You could wear a flowing maxi dress that covered you from neck to ankle, or shorts so short they were barely there, or anything in between. Fashion had finally accepted that different people wanted to show different amounts of skin, and that was perfectly fine. Platform shoes became the decade's most distinctive accessory, and they were essentially architecture for your feet. Some platforms were 6 inches high or more, turning walking into a performance art piece, and making everyone several inches taller than nature intended. They were impractical, occasionally dangerous, and absolutely fabulous. The influence of different decades became a major theme in the 1970s fashion. There was a revival of 1930s and 1940s styles. flowing dresses, dramatic shoulders, and vintage glamour. But there was also a fascination with the Victorian era, high necklines, long sleeves, and romantic details. Fashion became historical, drawing inspiration from the past while creating something entirely new. Punk fashion emerged in the mid-1970s as a deliberate rejection of both mainstream fashion and hippie idealism. Ripped clothes, safety pins, aggressive makeup, and deliberately ugly combinations created a look that was designed to shock and challenge. Punk fashion was about anger, rebellion, and the rejection of beauty as a social value. But punk was also incredibly creative and influential. The DIY aesthetic, making your own clothes, customizing store-bought items, and creating unique looks from whatever materials you could find, introduced new ideas about what fashion could be. It didn't have to be expensive, professionally made, or even particularly attractive. It just had to express something authentic about the person wearing it. Men's fashion during the 1970s became more adventurous than it had been since the 18th century. Wide lapels, bright colours, bold patterns, and fitted silhouettes created a look that was unabashedly decorative. The three-piece suit remained standard for business, but casual wear became an opportunity for self-expression rather than conformity. The decade also saw the rise of designer jeans as a fashion category. What had been basic workwear became a luxury item, with different brands offering different cuts, washes, and styling details. It was the democratization of fashion through denim. Everyone could afford jeans, but designer jeans offered a way to be fashionable within that democratic framework. Athletic wear began to influence fashion during the 1970s, driven by new interest in fitness and health. Jogging suits, tennis dresses, and exercise clothes began appearing in non-athletic contexts. It was the beginning of the athleisure trend that would eventually take over casual fashion completely. The concept of lifestyle dressing became important during this decade. Instead of having one fashion identity, people could dress like surfers, executives, artists, or athletes depending on their mood or the occasion. Fashion became fluid and situational rather than fixed and hierarchical. By the end of the 1970s, fashion had become incredibly diverse and individualistic. The idea that everyone should dress alike had been completely abandoned in favour of a philosophy that celebrated personal expression and cultural diversity. It set the stage for the 1980s, which would take this individualism and turn it into performance art. The 1980s looked at fashion and said, "You know what this needs? More of everything. More colour, more texture, more volume, more accessories, more attitude." It was the decade when subtlety went into hiding and didn't emerge until sometime in the mid-1990s. Power dressing became the decade's signature concept, driven by women entering corporate environments in unprecedented numbers. The power suit, with massive shoulder pads that could double as small aircraft wings, was designed to help women compete in male-dominated workplaces by literally making them look bigger and more imposing. It was fashion as armour, designed for corporate warfare. The shoulder pads of the 1980s deserve their own chapter in fashion history. Starting as modest additions to create a more structured silhouette, they grew throughout the decade until they reached proportions that challenged doorway architecture. By the late 1980s, shoulder pads had become so enormous that they looked like fashion's interpretation of American football gear. But power dressing wasn't just about looking tough, it was about looking expensive. The 1980s celebrated wealth in ways that previous decades had considered vulgar. Designer labels became status symbols, worn prominently on the outside of clothing rather than hidden discreetly inside. It was the decade when fashion became about broadcasting your success to anyone within visual range. The influence of television, particularly shows like Dynasty and Dallas, created a fashion aesthetic that was pure fantasy. Evening wear featured massive quantities of sequins, beads, and metallic fabrics. Hair got bigger, jewellery got more elaborate, and makeup became more dramatic. It was fashion designed to be seen from the back row of a theatre, except people wore it to dinner. Casual wear during the 1980s was equally excessive. Athletic wear became street fashion, but not the simple athletic wear of previous decades. This was athletic wear designed by fashion designers who apparently thought that exercise clothes should be suitable for Las Vegas showrooms. Neon colours, metallic fabrics, and geometric patterns created workout clothes that were more about making fashion statements than actual working out. The decade also saw the rise of youth fashion as a commercial force independent of adult fashion. MTV launched in 1981, and suddenly young people had a visual reference for how musicians dressed. Fashion became faster, more immediate, and more tied to popular culture than ever before. What you wore became a way of showing which bands you liked, which movies you'd seen, and which cultural tribes you belonged to. Punk fashion evolved during the 1980s into new wave style, which took punk's rebellious aesthetic and made it more wearable and commercially viable. The result was fashion that was edgy and artistic but didn't require safety pins or deliberate ugliness. It was rebellion with better production values. The preppy look also became fashionable during the 1980s, driven partly by nostalgia for simpler times and partly by the popularity of films like The Breakfast Club. Preppy fashion represented security, tradition and belonging to established social institutions, everything that punk and new wave fashion rejected. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of 1980s fashion was how it embraced artificial materials and construction. Synthetic fabrics, structured silhouettes, and obviously manufactured looks became desirable rather than apologetic. It was the first decade when fashion celebrated the fact that clothes were human-made rather than trying to mimic natural forms and materials. Hair became a fashion accessory in its own right during the 1980s. The bigger, the more elaborate, the better. Hairspray became an essential fashion tool, and hairstyles required architecture and engineering to maintain their structural integrity. It was like wearing sculpture on your head, except the sculpture was made of your own hair and industrial-strength styling products. Colour during the 1980s was intense and often clashing. Electric blue, hot pink, acid green and metallic silver were combined in ways that would have been considered garish in any other decade. Fashion became fluorescent, glittery, and deliberately artificial. It was like wearing a neon sign, which was exactly the point. The decade also introduced the concept of mix and match dressing taken to extremes. Different patterns, textures, and colours were combined in ways that created visual chaos, but somehow worked because everyone was doing it. It was fashion democracy through excess. If everyone was wearing too much of everything, then no one looked out of place. By 1990, fashion had reached such heights of excess that the only possible response was a complete reaction in the opposite direction. The 1980s had been so much about more that the 1990s would inevitably be about less. But before that happened, the 1980s had established some important principles. Fashion could be fun, experimental, and completely divorced from practical considerations while still being socially acceptable and commercially successful. As the 1990s dawned, fashion looked at the excess of the 1980s and said, you know what, maybe we went a little overboard with those shoulder pads. The decade began with what fashion historians call the minimalist reaction, a complete swing away from the more is more philosophy that had dominated the previous decade. Calvin Klein became the poster child for this new minimalism, creating clothes that were clean, simple, and almost architectural in their purity. His designs celebrated negative space, neutral colours, and the beauty of perfect proportions. It was fashion that whispered rather than shouted, and after a decade of shouting, whispering felt revolutionary. But the 1990s quickly proved that it wasn't going to settle for just one fashion philosophy. Grunge fashion emerged from the Pacific Northwest music scene, bringing thrift store aesthetics into mainstream fashion. Flannel shirts, ripped jeans, and the deliberate anti-fashion aesthetic of bands like Nirvana created a look that celebrated not caring about fashion, which paradoxically became a major fashion trend. Marc Ecko, Calvin Klein, and other designers took grunge influences and refined them into something more wearable for people who wanted to look casually rebellious without actually shopping at thrift stores. It was rebellion with better fit and higher quality fabrics, the gentrification of anti-fashion. The decade also saw the rise of streetwear as a legitimate fashion category. What people actually wore on the street, sneakers, hoodies, baseball caps and athletic wear, became influences on high fashion rather than just copying high fashion. It was the democratization of fashion influence flowing from the bottom up rather than trickling down from the top. Hip-hop culture became a major influence on mainstream fashion during the 1990s, bringing oversized clothing, athletic wear and bold logos into general fashion consciousness. The aesthetic celebrated comfort, movement and cultural identity in ways that traditional fashion had never considered. It was fashion that acknowledged that people wanted to look good while actually living their lives. The supermodel phenomenon reached its peak during the 1990s, creating fashion celebrities who were famous for wearing clothes rather than for any other talent. Models like Naomi Campbell, Cindy Crawford and Kate Moss became household names, and their personal styles influenced fashion as much as the designers they wore. Technology began to influence fashion in new ways during the 1990s. New synthetic fabrics offered performance characteristics that had never been available before. Moisture wicking, UV protection, and temperature regulation. Fashion began to acknowledge that clothes could be both beautiful and functional in ways that previous generations had never imagined. The internet emerged as a fashion force during the mid to late 1990s, though its full impact wouldn't be felt until the following decade. Online shopping began to change how people bought clothes, and fashion websites started to influence how people thought about style and trends. As we moved into the 2000s, fashion became increasingly fast-paced and diverse. The concept of seasonal collections began to break down as designers offered more frequent releases. Fast fashion retailers could take a trend from the runway to the store in weeks rather than months, democratizing fashion but also accelerating its pace in ways that were sometimes overwhelming. The 2000s brought their own aesthetic revolutions: the rise of casual Friday that gradually expanded to casual everyday, the influence of reality television on fashion, and the beginning of social media's impact on how people thought about personal style. Looking back over this entire journey from animal skins to Instagram-worthy outfits, what's remarkable is how consistent certain human impulses have remained. People have always wanted to look good, express their identity through their appearance, and use clothing to navigate social situations. The materials, techniques, and social contexts have changed dramatically, but the fundamental human relationship with clothing has remained surprisingly constant. Fashion has always been about solving problems: protection from the elements, social signalling, personal expression, and cultural belonging. The solutions have evolved from mammoth hides to moisture-wicking synthetics, but the problems have remained recognisably human throughout history. So here you are, at the end of this journey through fashion history, probably wearing the culmination of 170,000 years of human creativity and ingenuity. That comfortable t-shirt you're wearing? It represents the development of cotton cultivation, textile manufacturing, the invention of knitting machines, the creation of synthetic dyes, and centuries of refinement in garment construction. Those jeans you might have on represent the California Gold Rush, the needs of working people for durable clothing, the influence of American casual culture on global fashion, and the transformation of workwear into fashion statements. Even your socks, yes, your socks, represent innovations in knitting, synthetic fibres, and foot comfort that would have amazed our ancestors. The amazing thing is that you got dressed this morning in about 10 minutes, choosing from options that represent the best of human textile technology and fashion design, and you probably didn't think about any of this history. You just wanted to put on something comfortable, appropriate for your day, and maybe something that made you feel like yourself. That's the real triumph of fashion history. Not the elaborate court dress or the revolutionary designs, but the fact that good clothing has become so accessible and unremarkable that we take it for granted. Your closet contains options that would have been unimaginable luxuries to most humans throughout history. Fabrics that are soft, durable, and easy to care for. Colours that won't fade after one washing. Clothes that fit your body and your lifestyle. Seasonal options that keep you comfortable in any weather. The freedom to choose clothing that expresses your personality rather than just your social class or economic status. Even your most casual outfit represents solutions to problems that occupied human minds for millennia. How do you create fabric that breathes but also protects? How do you make colours that last? How do you construct garments that move with the body without falling apart? How do you mass-produce clothing while maintaining quality and individual choice? The fashion industry today grapples with new challenges that our ancestors never had to consider. Environmental sustainability, ethical manufacturing, the pace of trend cycles, and the psychological effects of constant fashion messaging through social media. But these are the kinds of problems that come with success, not failure. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable pyjamas, which, by the way, are a relatively recent invention that would have puzzled medieval people who slept in their day clothes, or nothing at all, you're participating in the latest chapter of this ongoing human story. Fashion continues to evolve. Sustainable materials are being developed from everything from mushroom roots to recycled ocean plastic. Smart fabrics can monitor your health, regulate your temperature, or even charge your phone. 3D printing is beginning to create custom-fitted garments. Virtual reality is changing how we shop for clothes. The same human creativity that turned animal skins into haute couture continues to push fashion into territories we can barely imagine. But whatever comes next in fashion, it will still be serving those same basic human needs that drove our ancestors to start wearing clothes in the first place: protection, comfort, beauty, and the eternal desire to wake up in the morning and put on something that makes us feel like the best version of ourselves. Sweet dreams, and may you always have something wonderful to wear.